Bum, bum. Testing. Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's Wednesday, so it's time for some more Factorio space exploration. And I feel like I'm getting fairly close to the end. Look, there's a Deep Space Science 4 catalogue coming off there, and after these there's no more sciences to do. So let's start off by saying thank you to Ed for subscribing for his 4th consecutive month. Very much appreciated. It's good to have you around. And so let's have a bit of a look at what we're going to do today. So, as I was just hinting at then, this Deep Space Science 4, we need to get this running a bit more effectively. Over here, we've got up to 1,300 of these things roughly, so that's going reasonably well. But we need to get about 2,100 before a train will automatically come and pick them up and bring them over here, where we can make them into even better sciences. We seem to run out of 3s as well. We've not actually run out of 3s, we just don't have very many of them. So we could do with some more of those as well. Let's take a look at that. Hey Joel, hey Metbar, welcome to the stream, thanks for joining. And so, yes, that's going to be my first thing to have a look at. Basically, I want to come over here, I want to speed this up, and I want to make sure that this is... Why is this... What? Okay, why is there a shortage of tier 3 catalogues when there's low tier? Well, all these questions and more will be answered soon. Oh yes, I remember. But first, yes, first I'm trapped on Norvis because I landed here and I didn't have enough fuel in my spaceship to take back off again. It's a bit of a fail. Okay, so conveniently, there is a spaceship full of rocket fuel just over here. So what I'm going to do is tap into this pipe here, run it down or up, or probably, yeah, run it across the top of here, then down here, and fill my ship back up again, just so I can escape. So yeah, I'm not going to yet, Joel, because I'm stranded. But yeah, soon I will be doing some science. For science, as they say. But yes, I completely forgot about this. I flew down to Norvis with all kinds of good intentions, and then got myself stuck here through sort of fail and not putting enough fuel in my spaceship. No, that's not how that works. Like this. Yeah, bots. Oh, there's a roboport in the way. Let's not walk on the railway line. That's going to be bad for me. Is problematic. There isn't room for the pipe to go through there. Let's bring it down a bit. So yes, this is Laurence isn't very good at planning. Laurence isn't very good at making sure he's got enough fuel available. So it'll hopefully only take a moment, but eventually, once I've got all this done, I'll be able to get back up into space and start doing some useful stuff, like the science. Yes. As I say, but first, minor fails. Pipe, underground pipe. Yes, I can definitely have a look at that. I'll get myself up there first, because at the moment I'm blooming miles away from orbit. Oh. Fortunately, I have robots in large quantities who will help me out with all this sort of this fuel-related nonsense. And I don't actually. The most frustrating thing about this is I don't actually need that much more fuel. It's like 6,000 more, and then I'll have enough. But still, despite that, oh, that was convenient. Despite that, I've run out, so I can't do anything until the robots come out and build all this up for me. Now, is this area covered? Yes, it is. So good. Okay, they will come and finish this off for me eventually. And then we can start filling this up. Actually, you know what? Let's have a bit of a talk about the rail network while this spaceship is fueling back up again and getting these tanks up to a decent level. So yes, up in orbit. I mean, it's a fairly basic LTN-based train system. So up here I've got your standard LTN depots over here, where I've got all my 1-1 trains. So they're all single locomotive, single wagon. I've got some fluid, some solid as usual. These are LTN depot stations, so I'm feeding a depot signal and all of the information needed from the single combinator at the top down to all of them. In order to keep them fueled, I've got a station here that pulls in coal. So when this runs out of coal, it'll summon some more. Train will come out here with some coal, unload it, and that'll fill up all of the trains. So then the next thing is you need supplies for all the trains to pick up. So up here, these are all the things that are brought up from Norvis or elsewhere in the solar system. So we've got sulfur being brought in here, we've got uranium up here, we've got green circuits here, and so on. We've got all the different ingredients we need, and these are LTN pickup stations, so the trains can zip over, pick up the stuff they need, and take it off. I've used 1-1 trains because, to be honest, they seemed. Well, I started off with them, and it seemed like they were big enough. And to be honest, they have been. Space exploration doesn't use enormous amounts of stuff, so generally transporting it around in these relatively small trains has been okay. And it means you can sort of pack things in fairly closely together. Not that's important. Maybe if I was doing it again, maybe I'd use slightly bigger trains. I don't know though. I mean, this has worked pretty well, but there's not been. It's been fairly rare, with the possible exception of a very few things like making the making the memory cards here. These memory card substrates. Well, I've got them feeding in directly. Same with the red circuits, because they and the copper. No, maybe not yet. Is this waiting for copper? No. Yeah, so I've got all of these things being brought. I've got the red circuits and data card substrates being brought in separately. But in general, these the trains have been fast enough. There's also a bit of a problem up here, but I've split some stations off now, and it's mostly okay. And then on each of the drop-off areas, here's where's a good one, nice juicy one. Here we go. So all the drop-off areas I've got, and now if I was doing this again, I would do it differently. So here I've got 6 different resources being brought to each LTN station. So in the combinator here, I've got the 6 different things being requested. These numbers are all wrong. Don't take these numbers. Go and watch my video on how to set these things up properly and do it that way. But it works well enough, and I haven't bothered to go in and actually fix it. But then, so a train will turn up with the resources. It gets unloaded into the 2 chests and then passed out along the belts onto a fairly standard bus to go off and be turned into all the products that are needed there. Now, the thing that I would do differently, and again, I talked about this in my advanced LTN stations video, is instead of having chests along here, I'd have the full-size warehouses that are 6x6, because then I'd be able to have all 6 inserters unloading, and the trains would unload much more quickly. Most of the time, that doesn't matter, but if you've got somewhere where you're getting through a lot of stuff, perhaps like the Naquium, for example, it's nicer to have the trains unload a bit quicker, so you can bring more stuff in. And also, when you just set up one of these stations, you tend to get 6 trains trying to cram themselves in here, and or 6 trains wanting to come here, and ideally you limit that here with the train limit here, but it's still a bit of a mess, and it takes quite a long time to get all the stuff in. So, as an improvement to this, I would have a warehouse in the middle of here with the 6 inserters that would just unload everything into it as quickly as possible, and then on the output, then I'd have the filtered inserters in order to make sure I got just the individual belts of the correct ingredients coming out. So yes, as Leopard says, if I did need to transport a lot more stuff in and needed a huge train, I could use a rocket instead, and that's exactly what I've done here with the red circuits. So I've got the red circuits being brought in by a rocket. And yes, that is a perfectly good workaround. It solves the problem of things being brought in a bit too slowly by the trains. But yeah, generally that's been enough. So I mean, I've done a few extra special trains, like the recycling ones are a bit different. As you can see here, we've got the train will pick up contaminated cosmic water, scrap, contaminated scrap, and contaminated biosludge, bring them all over to the recycling station where it all gets dropped off here. And then so these are specialized trains just for this area, and then we bring out the clean and then all of that gets processed down into clean, what do we call it, cosmic water, clean biosludge, and the resources down here that get taken away by trains as well. So these are using exactly the same sort of stations, but these ones are set with a higher priority, so that the trains will come and take from these recycling stations before they come and take from the main central stations where the resources are being brought up, because well, these are free resources, and I don't want these ones to overflow. So that's why it's set up like that. Okay, we've now got more than enough fuel, so let's get out. Let's get back up to Norbit orbit because that's where I want to be. No, not Myokin orbit. Norbit orbit. Why is launch disabled? Requires fuel and boost. You've got fuel and booster tanks. Have another look. Oh, there we go. It has had another look. Right, let's go to Norbit orbit. Blip. I suppose I should tidy up after myself as well, so let's go back to Norvis and let's pick up this pipe, because otherwise I'll trip over it or drive a car into it or something. Not to have used a car for a very, very long time, but even so, I should probably clear it up. There we go. Let's get rid of that much of it. Actually, no. Let's get rid of it all, because otherwise it's just me being untidy. To be quite honest, I don't want to pull up the robot ports though, because that would be bad. There we go. I could clean that bit up as well, but I'm not going to. Okay, so yes, in Norvis orbit, sorry, we've then got the various different branches off my space station. So in a way, it's almost like the ISS, except it's the opposite way around. The ISS has the habitation modules and places where things get done down the middle, and the solar panels off on prongs off to the side. This is transport down the middle, and then things that do things off to either side. So touched on this area here a little bit. We've got recycling in this area down here. We've got the LTN depot. We've got the main drop-off area here for the rockets, and for some spaceships as well, for areas where I've moved over to spaceships, and up here as well. This area in the middle is a sort of a shipyard, for want of a better term for it. Along here I've got the bus that makes the more sort of exotic things that you need in general. So we're making all of the beryllium products along here. We're making holmium products and so on, up to then being able to make rocket parts, spaceship parts and beam power and all that sort of thing. Then over here, each one of these is for a science, or each one of these is for a thing. So this one up here is for miscellaneous. So we've got the data cards, and then we've got modules. And I think that one in there, what's that one? Oh, this is one making. I thought this one was making mirrors, but it doesn't seem to be. This is just making cryonite slush, apparently. I thought I was making mirrors in here as well somewhere, but apparently not. Maybe that's down here. Nope. Here. Oh, here we go. Here's where I'm making mirrors. So this is sort of miscellaneous things that I wanted to have available on the train network, because they're used in multiple places, but didn't want to have. But I hadn't got this sort of bus thing down here at the time. Then we've got, so as I say, recycling down there. Then we've got, I think, energy science up here, astro down here, material here, biological here, deep space science here. And then on the top side, we've got this little area makes the rocket science, because that one's easy once you've actually got up into space and got your infrastructure up. This area does the actual science itself, so these ones all just make the catalogs. These ones make the catalogs into the science packs and do the science. There is one science lab in the middle here doing all of the science. Then over here we've got this is doing the various space data card types that involve sending ships out and launching probes. So we've got the solar one there and the asteroid field and asteroid belt data there. And then over here we're producing antimatter. This whole chunk is just there to produce antimatter, and it's currently quite under-spec'd. It could be quite underutilized. It could be a lot bigger and a lot more powerful, which it might be if I ever need to use more antimatter, and we shall see how that goes. Yeah, so each of those, then you have sort of, for each one of those, you've got sort of Astro 1, Astro 2, Astro 3, Astro 4 as you work down. And the reason I did it like this is because it meant I could start with Astro 1, Energy 1, Material 1, Bio 1, but then know that I was going to be able to go on and do this 2, 3, and 4 without all of the other ones all the other Tier 1 sciences or Tier 2 sciences getting in the way. And then there's a decent amount of space to expand off this way, and as you can see, none of them have actually gone further than there is space available, so that's working very nicely. Just generally, I'm pleased with this layout. It's worked well for me. I think it's yeah, generally very, very good. So where am I? I'm now in what's the name? Norvis orbit. So let's get over and start doing the things I'm actually here to do today now. So I've actually finally got round my earlier failure and got myself up into orbit. So, first thing, let's have a look at why we're not getting any tier 3 data cards being passed through. I probably don't actually need to fly over there for this, but I'm going to head over anyway, just to make sure. Well, just because I'm going to want to be over here soon for other things. So tier 3 is coming out here. So it looks like, yeah, this station is full. We've got 2,100 there, so that's good. However, no, that's all okay. That's all linked up. We've got 2,100. Okay, the problem must be at the other end then. Problem is presumably here. Are we not requesting them? No, we've got -2. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, all being requested. We've got a signal on here. What signal are we beaming around here? We've got a -2,000 of the those. Why is it? Have I messed up? I've probably messed up the LTN signal controls in here somehow. This all looks okay to me, and it's clearly worked for requesting all the other ones because we've got, you know, all the other ones. It's connected to the station, and if we look on here, we can see the green light there, so that's definitely connected to the station. Now I haven't done all of the LTN numbers quite correctly, but I've said request on if you need more than one stack, so that's okay. I've got errors turned off, but that shouldn't make any difference. So let's turn errors back on and see if it complains about it. And now let's have a look down here again, see if there's anything dumb I've done down here. So provide at 40 stacks, and we've got 40 stacks here. These are all filled up to 7 stacks, and what have we got? No biosludge, no station supplying extended deep space catalogs, and no station or comprehensive. So it thinks there's no station supplying them. So this here is the problem. We've got that looks okay to me. Here's another provider station. Let's see if the numbers are the same. 40 and 1. 48, 41. Yeah. I don't know why this isn't working. That's connected into the light, so that's correct. Yeah, it's all connected because if you look at this, pylon here, we've got the green signal on it. That means it's connected to the station. We've got the 40 stacks and the network 1 signal, which means it's connected to the combinator, and we've got 2,100 catalogs. Oh, hang on, these are 2s. These are not 3s. These are 2s. These are 3s. Let's try and debug the correct station. Here we go. Here's the problem. So yeah, you were kind of right. I hadn't connected up to the that. So there we go. That'll now pull in the next pull in a train pretty damn quick, I suspect. Brief pause. And how about now? How about now? There we go. Right. Okay. That's the first problem fixed. Good. So that was a bit of a stupid problem. Right. Okay. So the next thing to do, I think, is going to be this. How many? Let's just put in 2 speed module 8s. That's now a lot quicker. How much speed are these adding on each? 100 plus 108 plus. So each one of those almost doubles the speed of the machine. That's pretty good. The question is, are all of the rest of the other things feeding it going to be able to keep up? And the answer is I don't know, but we'll see. So what's the crafting time now? It's got a 90-second crafting time. It's running almost 3 times as fast. That's not a 90-second crafting time. It's a 90-second crafting time divided by the speed of divided by 16.8, which is about 15. So that's one about every 6 seconds. That's pretty close to what I actually want to have out of one of these. So let's put in one of those as well. Crafting speed of 21. That means, 4.5 seconds. Okay, that'll do. That's about the sort of speed I aim for. So that'll now fill this up much more quickly, but it'll also put a lot more load on all of the rest of the machines that are trying to provide for this. So there's 44 of them stacked up in there. That's a lot. So let's leave this running. In fact, you know what? Actually, let's do that for now. Make some of these really, really quickly, just to get the system going, and then once everything stops being able to keep up, then I'll slow it all down a bit, pull everything back a bit, and slow things down. Hey Sameth, sorry I didn't see your message earlier because I was too busy talking about my my rail system. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Now, oh, I know what I'm going to need to do though. I think, if I remember correctly, yes, I don't have an enormous amount of the deep space travel data. So let's tell this ship, are you toasty? Yes, you're nice and toasty, so you can fly anywhere I want. You've got full fuel, no problem. Go to Realm of Shadows and then come back again. I really need to automate this ship, and I just haven't yet. Realm of Shadows, go. So this ship is going to fly off to Realm of Shadows, and on the way out there, it's going to gather lots more of the interstellar void data or interstellar travel data, whatever it's called. I can't remember. So once it gets out there, I'll then tell it to come back again. Oh yes, this was something I needed to fix. Thank you, bots, for doing that for me. So there was a major glitch here. I completely forgotten about this. So I'd been struggling to come up with a good way to get the Naquium Tesseracts being fed out to all the right places where they should be going. And so what I'd done was wind a belt round and round and round. So what I had two belts coming out here, one coming up this way to load the Naquium Tesseracts into here to make the Naquium processors, and then down here I had a thing that reads what's on this belt in order to decide whether some more need to be let through or not. So let's pick up some of these processors here like this. Oh yes, and it wasn't quite finished, I remember. How am I going to get this to work? Because these are on the bottom side of here. I need them to be on the top side. I can swap the sides over here, perhaps. It's going to be a bit awkward and fiddly. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can move this up another. This is some serious spaghetti at this point. It's not getting any better as I fiddle with it like this. So let's do that. Let's do that, and this is absolutely horrible. Oh, this isn't going to work. There's too much stuff in the way here. I just can't get around it. If I made that come this way. Okay, let's see if I can spaghetti this together. And then go here, up here. No, that won't work either. Yeah, I may have worked myself into a corner here. Let's do something slightly different here. Let's put that like that instead, and then I can put underground belt in. Nothing fits. This is horrible. This is just getting worse and worse the more I fiddle with it as well. Which isn't it? Let's pull up more of this and see if I can. Alright, here we go. Here's how I'm going to do this. I'll put in an underground belt here, like that. Then I can have my splitter here. Oops. Like that. Spaghetti is very served. Spaghetti has served me right. There we go. Right, now I've managed. Now we're cooking with something unpleasant. Now we're cooking with spaghetti. That's what probably better way of putting it. Right. The only problem with this is that the processors come around here as well. So I need to make sure that they don't come this way. But I also need to make sure that like that. Let's break that for now, because otherwise this is going to go horribly wrong. Right, okay, yep, I can do this. I haven't given up yet. So now down here, split out the... there's room there. Split out the Naquium Tesseracts on the other side, like that. And then that can go there, and there, and there. There we go. Now it'll work. I put that in there just to prove the point. Yeah, we've got a few Naquium processors tied up in here, but stuff is actually reasonably cheap, so I don't care. I say I can't. No, I can't claim Naquium processors are cheap, but it's only going to lock off about 10 of them. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about that too much. Now that I have a decent supply of Naquium available, hopefully this will all be okay, and we can just leave this buzzing away happily up here. So, how are things going down here while I've been neglecting it? Okay, so we've run out of these things, which isn't surprising because I put a silly number of speed modules in here. Let's pick all those back up again. Put that down to a slightly more sensible speed. This one didn't do too bad a job of keeping up. It hasn't kept up, but it didn't do half badly. This one, are you running? You are running, but you're not running fast enough. Have some speed modules. You can have cheap ones. There we go. So there's some of those coming out. I've now, what have I done to this? I've more than double. I've multiplied the speed by 2.5. So there's probably going to be plenty for that. So hopefully this should now will now just keep running until those deep space science data's run out. Up here somewhere we have the other one, the other science pack for these coming through. That's this one. Now I don't know whether this is going to be able to keep up or not. We shall see basically. But there's a lot of backlog on there available, so it's going to be a while. It's going to be quite a long time until it runs out. Down here, how are we doing? How many have we got now? We got up to 1,500. So it's made 200 in the last not very long since I last looked. So that's going pretty well. I am very tempted just to send a train in to pick these up anyway, though. And I've got this to the point where I'm pretty happy with it, but I'm just going to send a train in because I'm impatient. So I want you to go to here. I want you to get a full cargo. No, I don't want you to get a full cargo. I'll set it on full cargo anyway. That means I can just wait until words. You send it there anyway and go there until empty. All right, so it's not going to get a full cargo, but it's going to come out here and it's going to sit in the station. And once it's loaded all the ones from these boxes, I can tell it to get lost and go and deliver them. So that should be fine. So now the main thing, I think, this is sort of. This point now is basically coming to the end of the research project. So with this, I can now start to research difficult stuff like teleportation. Yeah, sure. I don't care about the Spaceship Victory. I guess straight for the Spaceship Victory. Okay, it requires 10,000 of the science packs, but I suspect I get eight deep space science packs from each deep space extended catalog. It does take a lot of Deep Space Science Pack 3s though, so that's going to be that might well be my limiting factor. We'll see how this goes. We'll send this one up, get it started, and see how long it takes us to run out. 30, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yep, nearly there. Okay, now go there. I know you're not full, but you're close enough. Close enough to get started anyway. Close enough to get that research done, probably. Now, yes, everything's starting to recover now. We've got more of these than we did before, as in we've got some. These are still going down. I think I might need to speed. No, they're not. It makes an enormous number at a time. Okay, that's all right then. It's not quite as ridiculous as the one that makes the train crashing data, where it makes about a bajillion of them at a time. But it's not too bad. So has that worked? Are we now cooking with decent science? We've got the catalogs coming out here, and we've got a nice supply of the tier 3s available as well. So that's going nicely. I just need to be a little bit more patient because these take quite a long time to run all the way down the doohickey. Now up here, I believe I've got all the ingredients I need. So it's Naquium processors for this, along with significant data and neural gel and science pack 3s. So that looks good. These flow in here, like that. Start grabbing them, and it's building it. That's a good sign. Now there are a couple of things I need to check. There's a couple of filters I need to check before this actually does any science. So let's have a look down here. I don't think I need to set the first one, no, because that's already set to putting the 3s out of the bottom. So the 4s will just go through here, no problem. That means I'll go into this box. This blacklisting, that's fine. Up here, this needs programming, so that shouldn't be that should be a Deep Space Science 4 pack, like so. There we go, that is a 4, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that'll filter them out, put them back into circulation so they can flow back around, so they can go, whichever one it was, I've lost track. What? Oh, right, yeah, when I was fiddling with the programming on this one, it just passed a load of random packs through, but that's okay, they'll just go back into the into the sushi belt, and they'll be sorted properly when they come out the other end. Yes, okay. Let's talk about the science sushi. So this is, I mean, this is not the most efficient way of doing things, but it is the prettiest and the most colourful and probably possibly one of the most fun. So I'll go with that. Over here on the right hand side, we've got a stream of belts feeding in lots and all the different types of science packs. In theory, it's 2 per belt, except down here where the mundane ones seem to be 1 per belt because, I don't know, historical reasons basically, or possibly hysterical reasons, who knows. They're all then fed through into a chest that is, if there's less than, if there's less than 30 of that type of inserter's science pack in the chest, it'll put more in. So this should always be kept at 30 or possibly a little bit more, but hopefully never too much more. This one unloads them onto a belt. They then go down the belt where we then get 2 of them on two different types of science on the belt. Down here, all the belts are merged onto half as many belts. So if you look here, you can see we've got this alternates between red and grey and between green and blue, and so on. All of them are doing basically that. So there's then 2 different types of science pack on each side of each belt. They then get merged again, and that brings all of the science packs down onto only just these 2 belts. These are then fed up past the science lab here, which can select basically. So this now has a stream of all of the science packs going past it, so it can grab whatever it wants, feed it into the science lab, and do the science. In fact, let's tell it to do the science. Here we go, Spaceship Victory science. Make it so. So then now loads all the science packs in, and it tries to get going, but apparently none of the 4s have made it down here yet, so it's not actually going to do any of it. All of the science packs which aren't needed by this lab then flow up round here and go down into these filtering systems along here, which then pull out. So all of these filter splitters along here will take out the type of science pack that goes into the chest that's directly below them. So here we've got Deep Space Science 2 going down here back into this chest. So this one will always load them in. This one will load in if there's level less than 30 in there, and this one will keep passing them out. So at the moment, while we're not doing any science, this one is idle because there's always about 30. Actually, apparently there's a bit more than 30 in there at the moment, but it'll never go below 30. It's just the same packs going round and round and round. But when any of these get used up, then this inserter will put more in to bring it back up to that 30 that it's waiting that it's looking for. And the same is true with Bio 2 and Material 1 and so on, all the way through all of these. Then we get the other half of them being fed in here, which go down to the other half of the belts over this side. So we've got the other half of the boxes over this side. So we've got the same sort of thing happening twice over. And that is basically how the science sushi works. Now I've talked about that for a bit. Hopefully I've got some Deep Space Science 4 coming out. It's building them, and I assume it's outputting them. Yes, there it goes. And yep, they're coming along this belt here. There they are. And presumably there's some more of them. Yep, some more of them here. It takes quite a long time to make these. I might have to go and put some speed modules in that, because there's this much of a gap between each set of them. But eventually, they'll make it all the way down to here, where they'll go in through here, and they'll get passed into the system, and we'll start to have the Deep Space Science 4 flowing through, and we'll start to see science being done. Eventually. I think that might be the first batch of them. Yeah, so they're coming down in through here, and they'll appear over here. Like so, put into the box, immediately unloaded from the box, and then they go up here onto the sushi system. They'll be in. Yep, you can just see them in there. They're the ones with the extra stripes on them. Down here, they get mixed into all of this, and then up here you'll see these inserters grab them as they go past, and we're doing science. Amazing. 1%. Excellent. We'll be there in no way. No, Joel, there's a million. This is Factorio. There's a million ways to do absolutely everything. There's always another way to do things if you're feeling ambitious and inventive enough. I mean, you could do something horrible and feed them with bots. You could have, let's see, how many science packs are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27? 27 science packs. So you could have belts coming in from all different directions round this one lab. So you can fit in 7 belts on each side. So that's 14, 21, 28. You can fit in 28 belts coming in on different sides of the lab and feed in all of the different science packs that way. I just fancied doing a science sushi because it looks pretty. So no, there's loads of different ways you can do Yeah, I don't like using bots for a couple of reasons. One is that it doesn't really fit with the sort of feel I like to go for of a Factorio base. I like the look of belts going all over the place carrying things. And I don't really like the look and feel of a big cloud of bots doing everything. It's especially I think especially because the bots always fly through each other and that just looks wrong. I mean, I know why they do it because it'd be a ridiculous level of processing to have them path around each other and it's just not practical. But I like I like the look and feel of belts and trains and so on much more. Also, in space, bots tend to fall out of the sky and explode, so that's not ideal. Actually, my favourite thing about or one of the things I noticed when I was setting up all of this stuff, is that all of the different is the way the colours get brighter and brighter as you go up here. So these are tier 1 catalogues. These are tier 2 catalogues, and they're obviously brighter. These are tier 3 catalogues and brighter still. And if I had the tier 4s, you'd see it again at the top. And in fact, probably if I look at the science over here, where we've got all the catalogues coming in, yeah, you can just about make out the what tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all of slightly different brightness levels, especially the tier 1s that look noticeably darker. Yeah, maybe if I zoom in a bit more, it'll be more obvious. Yeah, kind of. It's a bit more obvious with the oranges as well, I think. So yeah, so we've got the science being made. This is rather slow though, as I observed. So this is running at let's see, it is a 240-second crafting time. So it's a 4-minute craft, but it's running at 10 times speed, so it's a 24-second craft. But that's still pretty slow, even if it kicks out quite a lot of them each time it runs. But then also, I need 6 of these every time, and it produces 4, so it's going to take 1.5 crafts of this. So actually, they are fairly close to being balanced in speed. I could come over and put speed modules in all of them, actually. Let's do that. Let's fly up there and speed module up all of those, because they're just not producing science fast enough for my my satisfaction. I mean, okay, we're at 2% on this already, which isn't going too badly. But I know my science my science lab is capable of running much quicker than this. So up here, if I come along here with the nope, that's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do, and I get my speed modules. Here we go. I'm going to put basic speed modules in them, the tier 3 ones, the ones that are very cheap. But I think that's going to be enough to make the whole thing run a bit faster, should we say. So we're now at plus 200, so we're crafting at 34 times speed now. So this being this will be more than one every 10 seconds, which I think is more than one craft every 10 seconds, which means I'd say that's roughly a deep space science pack every second, so that's pretty good. Yes, spaghetti bases are excellent to look at, especially when you can get some really nasty spaghetti like the stuff I was playing with a few minutes ago, where I was trying to get those processes all in the right places. Space with Bob modules. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use space exploration and Bobs at the same time. This might be why. But yeah, I do remember the Bob's modules from my Angel Bob's playthrough. I think I did get all the way up to tier 9 of those, and they were pretty ridiculous. I can't remember exactly what they did, but I do remember that they did a lot. Well, they were a lot. I'm running out of processors. That's unfortunate. I might have to go and have a look at the supply of those. Otherwise, this seems to be hanging on by the skin of its teeth. Yeah, reasonably well, actually. This seems to be okay. Let's go and have a look at the supply of processors and see if we can get some more of those flowing through. Yes. Oh, I don't actually know. My Angel Bob's run didn't have God modules. Come to think of it, I think I don't think I'd installed that option when I started, so I didn't make them. I think it was suggested they were a bit OP, should we say? No, I'm not going to aim for a particular level of science per minute. It's a bit arbitrary. I think my current plan for my next playthrough is I'm going to be doing a Factorio 2 and space exploration run. So with a group of friends, so we're going to have basically all of the complications. So I think at that point we'll just be pleased to get to the end of it. And to be honest, there's enough of a challenge and enough of a objectives in space exploration. I don't feel the need to really set up a science per minute objective at all. Why you stopped? Because you don't have any gammas. Okay, so we have an arcosphere shortage. That, I think, means it's time to send the donut out looking for more arcospheres. Let's do that. In fact, let's have a look first. See if is there anywhere I haven't been. So up here, we've got Do I have to click on them or can I mouse over? No, I think I have to click on them. Okay, so this one... where is it? Maybe that means I have... Realm of Shadows are definitely done. Yeah, Alcatraz collected 5. Alright, so what about up here? Oblongula, yeah, I know I went there, went there, went there, went there, went there, been there. Oh, not been there. So I could go to Solar and Trails. Solar and Trails, what? I haven't been to Sands of Time. Haven't been to Dusty Void, so I could go up and do those 3. I've done all of these, yeah. Haven't done this one, have done that one. Haven't done that one, haven't done that one. I mean, yes, I know I could go out and... Oh, there's quite a lot down here that I've not done. Okay, Joel, well, if you've got to 37 AM, that must mean it's already tomorrow. So, yeah, it sounds like it's definitely time for you to go to bed. Okay, there's quite a lot that I haven't been to yet. So, maybe I should come down here, Razorfield, Stud. Yeah, let's... I don't really have a feel for how far apart these are and whether it's worth flying through the shortcuts or not. Flying through, what do you call it? Fenestra, which is probably why I've not done them. Hey, Friedels, welcome. Thanks for joining. And, yeah, always good to see somebody new. I've been there. Let's head out to Razorfield, and then go out do all of these. And I think that's probably close enough that I'll fly the normal way as well. So just fly out to these 2, then maybe take the shortcut out to Star Cops and Star Corps even. It's another morbid one, and go out that way. So Razorfield, yes. So where's the? Let's get the donut. You are to fly. Have you got the stuff before you take off? Yes, you've got 5 probes, and you've got 1 launch pad. You've got no probe rockets. Okay, so you need some more probe rockets before you go. Fair enough. Let's go and deal with that. So the probe rockets are all being made just up here in the area that I was talking about at the beginning of the stream, where I said this is where we send off all the rockets from. So I can come along to here and say, I like your probe rockets. Give them to me like that, and some stone as well for some reason. So let's take those. All right, 1 more. Now I can go over and shove all these in the rocket, and then it'll have some to take with it when it goes off to the next place. Unfortunately, the rocket is all the way over on the other side of the base, so it's going to take me a minute or 2 to fly over there. But yes, I'll be there in a moment. And then when I say rocket, I do of course mean spaceship. Here it is. So let's land here. And then in one of these chests, it doesn't actually matter which one, but this one will do. Put in all of those. And now we can send you... Actually, how hot are you? 909. Yeah, I always run out of ion stream first. Actually, that probably means I should upgrade this ship to antimatter. Do I have antimatter? I don't have antimatter around here. I'll think about that next time because I'm impatient and I just want to send it off now. So, go to... Where was it? Was it Razorfield I was going to go to? I think it was Razorfield. Yes, it was. So, you go to Razorfield. Go. Right, and once it gets out there, I should get an alert popping up in the corner here. Why am I still getting a D alert? Oh, it's gone now. Okay, just updated slowly. Cool. So that is one of the things I'm quite pleased with this idea. There's a speaker on here that will sound an alert when the distance signal is less than 0. So that means when it's got to wherever I've sent it to. So in theory, when this one gets to Razorfield, I should get the D popping up down here, the donut signal. It's like the bat signal, but a lot rounder and a lot cooler, obviously. And then I can tell it to go from, and then I can tell that will hopefully remind me to nip over and to tell the ship to land and unload everything and start launching Arcosphere collectors. Okay, so I do have quite a few things on my to-do list. Oh, there's a train on Gyrophon that needs fixing. Let's do that. Yes, because stupid, basically. It's managed to pick up some core fragments that it shouldn't have done. So we'll do that, and then it's fine. We'll just drop them all on the floor there, and the next train will come in and load up instead. So this was something I was playing around with last time, where because I wasn't getting copper out of these machines fast enough, I've added in a copper mine up here, which is pulling it out really, really quickly. So I've now set that to just fill up the first 4 wagons with just copper. In fact, so that means there's no point in... Might as well do that. There we go. First 4 wagons with just copper, and then the last warehouse is filled up with copper, stone, and core fragments, and that means the back wagon will be filled up with basically a miscellanea of whatever's available. And the reason I've got these wired up to only load if there's less than 20,000 in there is to make sure there's always some space at the bottom for putting in the stone and the core fragments, which means we should, in theory, never get to the point where the spaceship can't leave because it's full of because these belts, this is filled up completely with copper, and these are waiting for stone and core fragments. That's the hope. We shall see. There is a possible grind to a halt case, but I think it's quite unlikely, and that's if the copper backs up so much that we can't get any more core fragments and stone out, then it is in theory possible for this to get to the point that it won't that it can't get rid of the that we can't get any more core fragments and stone through, and therefore the train won't go. But I think that's pretty unlikely. But that might just be hubris. We shall see. But anyway, I've fixed that now, so if I can find a pen, I can cross fixed train on gear off the list. Have I got Deep Space Science 4 on here? Because I've totally got that working now. Gun turrets up from Norvis. I've done gun turrets up from Norvis. I'll cross that off as well. More Naquium ships, I've done that. Automate Kalida's meteor defense. I've tried to do that, but the ships are broken, so that's something else I'm going to have a look at in a moment. Asteroid belt repair and defenses. Did I do that? I think I did, and I think I talked about it. I either did it or I forgot to do it, and I can't remember which it was. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I've done. Oh, yes, I've done that. But the repair is done, but we haven't actually got this working properly yet because I did something dumb with the programming for that. So, but I'll cross some of that off. Where is it? Asteroid belt repair. I've done the repair, so we've crossed that bit of it off. Better modules in core processing. I'm probably never going to bother doing that because I think I'm close enough to the end of the game now that it's not necessary. Military ship, but probably not going to do that. Naquium processing on Tulip does need productivity 6 modules. We'll see if I ever get around. We'll see how the Naquium supply holds up and whether I actually need to do that or not. I was talking about in the last stream or in the video or at some point, I was talking about upgrading all of my core mining ships. That's the ones that park in here. Where is one of them? These ships to use antimatter drives rather than the and antimatter boost tanks rather than these rocket fuel ones, because I noticed in Norvis orbit there's a bit of a bottleneck here on pumping the rocket fuel out all the way around here and to refuel the ships, and that seems to be, it's okay at the moment. All these tanks are full, so it's going well, but this tends to be, if things are going to break around here, this tends to be where it is, and it takes a long time to refuel them. So the thing is, though, I'm quite close to end game now, and it's to the point where it feels like it's not really worth sort of fixing some of these things up too much. So we shall see. Fix red circuit balance. Oh yes, I noticed that on down on Norvis, I've got where I'm making the red circuits, which is just over here. Yes, here. Some of the machines are more affected by the speed modules than others. So this side is producing the red circuit significantly faster than this side is. So what I should probably do is put both of these sides through a balancer, and the same here. Don't know how I'm going to fit that in. Probably not going to fit that in. And the same here. That one I can definitely do, just like that. Those can be balanced. These ones can be. This is going to be tricky. Oh, I'll do it up here. There we go. Like that. Easy. And then I can extend this like this, and like this, and like this, and like this. There we go. That's balanced that up now. So we'll get the red circuits flowing through evenly to all of the different all the different wagons now, and yeah. So we won't get the trains coming in and going, oh, there isn't enough for me to load up yet. So that's gonna, yeah, that was easier than I expected actually. So let's cross that one off as well. Where is it? Victory circuit balance. That one off the list. I was considering having an iron mine on an asteroid belt. Do I actually need that? How are my mundane resources? What have we got over here? We've got nothing because this has got too much stone. The stone has jammed everything up as is its way. Now I could feed that down, put it into here as well, into these warehouses because there's a bit of space here, but it feels dirty to just dump the stone into these warehouses. I don't know what to do with all this stone, and that was part of the reason I wanted to have the iron being brought in separately, because then even when this happens, I'd have all of the resources I need. Because at the moment I do have spaceships coming in from other planets, bringing in coal and copper and uranium, but that's not here. But I don't have any being. I've only got iron coming from here. So when the stone jams up like this, it causes problems. Of course, if I did have the that'd probably be reasonably okay. But yeah, this excess stone here is definitely a problem. I need some sort of overspill area for it, and I'm not quite sure how. Not really sure how best to fit that. And I could put in a belt up here that comes out about here, feeds into a load of with a lower priority that feeds into a load of chests. In fact, let's do a load of warehouses. Sorry, let's do that. If I put this, it'll need to be at least there. Let's put it there for reasons of space. Right, so we'll have all of those, and we'll have a blue belt across the top of here. I hate doing this sort of thing, I really do, but I'm not sure how else to deal with this stone problem. It is a stony problem, you might say. You might not, but I probably would, because puns. How is that? How are these? What are these trees doing? What are they playing at? The trees aren't supposed to grow up through belts like that. Oh well, never mind. What can you do? And then that, like that. Oh, and yeah, I'm gonna need to bring it out the top, because I can't have multiple belts going underneath the same. Yeah, I can't. I can have. Well, I suppose I could. I could put a red belt through there, but I don't want to, because that'd be a red belt, and red belts are slow. Shows how long it's been since I've used that properly. Okay, so no, go away. So I need a splitter in here, like that, and I need that to go up here like this. But that splitter I'll prioritise. I need another splitter in here. I need that to jump under there and then go in there like that. I'll prioritise both of these appropriately, and then along the top here, I need green inserters like this. This is going to be far more than I actually need, but who cares? Inserters are cheap. And also power. Power is also cheap. There we go. So that will now load and unload all of the stone. So now we want to say, oh, I'm not in the right mode. There we go. We'll say stone output priority to the right, so it will only go this way as an overflow. And this one we want to say input priority from the right, so that it will use this by choice. Because I don't want to just send all of the stone round here for the sake of it. I want it to be passed through the system in a slightly more sensible way. So there we go. There's a massive stone buffer that's just going to be somewhere where I can dump all of this if there's nowhere else to put it. But if there's room in everything else, if there's room down here in these warehouses, then it'll be passed out that way instead. Now, ideally, that would also allow me to feed this one into it, but we've got another little version of the same thing over here, so we'll just have to make do with that. And that will unload if there's a shortage of stone over here, so we'll see if that ever happens. It probably won't, but as long as this is enough to allow me to do the final tier of the final bits of science, it almost doesn't matter, because, as I say, I'm nearly there. Okay, good. So that's now allowing all of this to flow. We're going to get iron through. We're going to get more coal through again as before. This should allow things to just return gradually to normal. So I've sort of sorted that. It's an ugly, ugly, horrible way of doing it, but it'll work. You know, they do say if it's a stupid idea and it works, it ain't stupid. This is still a stupid idea because it will only work for a certain amount of time. But my hope is that that certain amount of time will be long enough for me to finish. Right. How are right? Let's look back at Norbit now, because this is where things are interesting and where I'm trying to actually get stuff done. So what's getting destroyed? Greenleaf. What? Have we got biters on Greenleaf all of a sudden? Because that look, or is that stuff falling out the sky? Where is Greenleaf? There it is. No, it's not biters. That's a meteorite falling out the sky. Bloody hell. So I have put in meteorite defense guns, but there's only 6 of them, and apparently that's too much. That's sufficient. Sorry, that's insufficient. That's the word I was trying to say. Okay, well, I'm not going to get stone for a while then. Oh, did I put the inserters the wrong way around? That does sound like the sort of thing I would do. Oh yeah, you're quite right. Why am I doing this with bots? I don't know why I'm doing this with bots, but the bots are here, so never mind. Thank you. I also need to balance this belt. I should balance this belt. It doesn't really matter because it's never going to need to output particularly heavily, and I can't see an easy way of doing it because basically because the words are hard. Basically because they're all unloaded. Because most of the unloading is going to happen from this end to it initially. So I think I'm just going to, bury my head in the sand and not care that that's only unloading on one side of the belt. It's this side taking it in fast enough that's the main important thing. Right, how are we doing for coal? 84,000. Okay, so that gear often problem is less of an issue, but I should probably go out there and sort it out, really. But not just yet, because there are more important things to look at the moment. So what's going on over here? Okay, we've had another delivery of the processors, so that's going reasonably well. This is building away quite merrily. Down here, do we have any sort of... No, the tier 4 space sciences are being used, deep space sciences are being used up basically as fast as they're being acquired. So we've got a little bit of a buffer building up on the belt here, but essentially they're just churning through as fast as as fast as they can be used. This lab is running merrily. That's good. We've got now interesting. So we've got the plus 133% productivity. So we're getting almost 2.5 times as much science out of each science pack as we should, in inverted commas, and it's still going reasonably quickly because of this. I think I'm just going to leave that. I'm going to call that okay and just leave it. The big question is whether we can produce these Naquium processors fast enough. Now, the fact that there's still some of them... That was the wrong button. The fact there's still some of them up there and a train's clearly gone in and left a little backlog suggests, I mean, that they're being made as fast as this machine can do it, and it is an Arcosphere throughput problem here. Maybe I should say 2 of each of these. Does that seem greedy? I mean, it is greedy, but is it excessively greedy? Because I suspect the throughput problem is not the number of the throughput problem might actually be the number of Arcospheres I've got in total, because if we look at that, we're down to only sort of 5 or 6 or 7. Sometimes there's only 5 different types of Arcospheres available in the box here. So yeah, we're churning those Arcospheres at a hell of a rate. We need to get some more in to try and get things to balance out a little bit. I think having more Arcospheres is probably going to be sufficient, but I might need to make these machines faster as well by putting in some more bacons. We shall see. But I still haven't got a D down here, so my ship is still... Oh no, it has reached Donut. It has reached Razorfield. Why am I not being told about it? You donuts. Why are you not signaling you've reached the place you're going to? If you're outputting -1, you're receiving a less than 0. You should be alarming. Why are you not alarming? That's weird. Oh, it is. Oh, maybe there's just something else on top, and so I didn't see it. Okay, well, we'll anchor here anyway, and get this done. So land here. Boop. Right. So previously, I had where is it? One of these. Yes, this blueprint, and I was using this, and it was good because it was going out and it was putting down that sort of stuff. In fact, let's rotate that, and then we say we want to request 5 probe rockets. That's these things. We want 5 of those, and we want 5 of. Are they in here? These interstellar void probes. No, not interstellar void probes. They're not in there. They're in here. There we go. Arcosphere collectors. I want 5 of those. Now the other thing I want is one of these that's hooked up to there and sounds an alarm if arcosphere collectors equals 0. I don't want it to make a noise, but I want it to show alert, and I want it to show an arcosphere collector related alert. Arco done. There we go. So now this will alert me in the same way this is doing. With hopefully, I'm hoping that a second thing will appear down here, but it might not, because it doesn't seem to have done at the moment. But the hope is that this will alert me when this is finished. So now, if I make a blueprint out of this, does it get the contents of that chest? Probably not, because that'd be helpful. And I can put that in here instead of that one. Right click, bin. Okay, and so now I can do that rotation, and it'll start working. Oh no, I forgot to unset those. Oh well, never mind. We will just end up launching an extra couple of rockets by those things. No, we won't. I can't get them to take those away. Maybe if I take them out and drop them on the floor, then it'll probably lose them. What bots have I got? I do have some construction bots actually. So if I try and take these rockets out and put them on the, sometimes you can take things out of these chests, and I'm not quite sure how. Maybe you can't. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, I turned the requests off now. I just forgot to do that before I rotated the inserter. Easily done. I wasted a couple of rockets, but never mind. Have I got more rockets than? I don't even know. Where are my arcosphere collectors? Did I come out without loading it up with enough arcosphere collectors? I think I did. Oh, for goodness sake. Yes, I've got the probe rockets, but not the arcosphere collectors. Fail. Oh well, we'll be able to get 5 at least, which is good. Which is a start. And then we'll fly back and try and do things again with a bit less incompetence. Okay, so yes, down here, the arcospheres, as I say, do seem to be the limiting factor. But I'm gonna increase all of these to 2 anyway, because I think that's going to make things a little bit. It's going to give a slightly higher 2. It's going to give a slightly higher priority to the Naquium processor construction, which I think is probably what I want at the moment. This is going to hog the arcospheres a little bit more, but we'll see how that goes. This should now be able to run a bit more of the time, because we'll always have, well, hopefully we're more likely to have all the arcospheres we need ready to be loaded in. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know whether it'll make a difference. Those can then flow out here. Yeah, along the top side of there, out here, and they can be loaded into the train. I'm sure they're loaded into a train. They come down here, and they go in there and there and there, and then loaded into a train over here. Presumably, yes, over here. Right, and we've got 22 at the moment. Though, yeah, 22. We need to get up to 40, and then it'll be ready for a train. So we're halfway there. How then? My next question is how is the supply doing in the science area? Have we eaten them all now? No. Okay, I think I might actually be building them fast enough. That's quite interesting, but also quite nice. Generally mollifying. Good to know it's working. Down here, yes, this line is getting longer, so this could potentially be running faster. But yeah, we're a third of the way to the Spaceship Victory research. So once I get there, I'm then going to need to build essentially a giant version of the jellyfish. So that's it'll be at Realm of Shadows now. Let's go and find that. Or, just select it from here. Right, okay, and now turn around. I want you to come back to to Norvis orbit, like this. And as you can see down here, we've now got 462 in this box, because that's how many it makes. 463, plus whatever's in this underground belt, of course. So yeah, on the flight back, it'll make a load more. We've used not that much of the heat, actually. We could have gone quite a bit further. Well, we used 1,500 out of 5,000, so we use a third. That's probably as comfortable as I'm really comfortable with going. Yeah, so I need to make a bigger version of this ship to get a ship that can go quite a bit faster and for quite a lot longer. And judging based on the speed this gets through heat, I think I'm either going to need to have about 4 of these beam receivers in the ship, or I'm going to need to use antimatter reactors. Now, it's quite tempting to have multiple energy beam receivers, because you'll only need to actually point 1 heat beam at them, I'm fairly sure. Because you can have, if you have several of them all touching each other, then as one heats up, it'll heat all the rest of them up. So it'll absorb a lot more energy from the energy beam transmitter. It'll take a lot longer to get there, to get to its temperature, but it'll also store n times the energy. That said, that's kind of a silly design. It'd probably be better just to use antimatter reactors, because that's what they're there for, and it'd be a little bit smaller as well. So I'll need to have a think about the energy requirements, and therefore how many antimatter reactors I'm going to need to put together, and how many of these things I'm going to need, and all that sort of stuff. So if we have a look at the research challenge here, we get the Spaceship Victory condition. So I need a Nexus drive running in distortion drive mode. Okay, so at 250 speed for 600 seconds, so 10 minutes at, how far away am I? So this is going to fly for about, okay, so this flight is long enough, but it's not fast enough. I need to go 100 faster, and the faster you go, the more energy this thing uses. Now, granted, it's going to be running in a different mode, so it's possible the energy requirements are different, but I suspect they're probably not. I guess what I do is I build a ship, or build a modified version of this ship, perhaps, who knows. Give it a bit of a fly around with the with twice as many engines, and see what happens, see how much power it uses, see how it goes. So yeah, it'll be some sort of, maybe it'll be like this, but twice as wide. I could have the engines coming downwards like this, in a sort of a downward swooping pattern, and turn it into a sort of a manta ray shape, and just stick with the aquatic theme. The other alternative, of course, is to have a set of them going down there and another set of engines at the top. But having engines blasting into the side of the ship looks a bit weird and a bit silly, and I'm going to try not to do that. Because, yeah, it just looks wrong. Okay. So that's that running. We're at 40% done with the Spaceship Victory. Are there any other researches that I'm eager to do? I mean, maybe I should do the factory spaceship 8,000 for that. Jeez, so this one's 10,000, this is 8,000. Having a bigger ship available might be quite useful. Tempted to do the teleportation just for fun. I mean, normally when I'm doing one of these runs, I finished Angel Bob's and I finished Industrial Revolution when I got to the when I'd done all of the non-infinite research, so I could pick up a load of these other ones as well. Just anything that it doesn't have an infinity on the thing. Maybe not rocket reusability. I don't know. Maybe not that one. Just pick up all of these for fun, and see, and just sort of for completeness sake, because there aren't that many of them that are non-infinite researches left, so it would be fairly easy to do. But I'm not going to go for the archaeological victory, because I'm sort of quite keen to now get on and start thinking about the about the next playthrough, essentially, and move on. I think space exploration, because the new version has come out, I'm kind of keen to get on and start playing the new version instead, or instead, and with Crastorio on it and so on, because I feel it feels a bit, almost not like it's a shame, but it feels a bit wrong to be playing the old version when there's a new shiny version out that's worth looking at, basically. Yeah, and people are bound to start asking me fairly soon when I'm going to upgrade. So it happened with one of the earlier upgrades. Now, the other earlier upgrade I did do, because it didn't break quite as much stuff, but it was still a bit of a pain going around and switching all of the electric motor machines over to using cogs instead of petrol motors instead. Yes, new run at some point. It won't be before August, because I'm going on holiday for the last week of July, and I don't want to start a new game just to go away and then not continue with it. So I think I probably won't. Probably won't be starting it certainly not until August, and also not until I've got the Spaceship Victory in this one. So those are my things that I need to do before I move on to onto the next thing. But until that happens, I'm going to happily keep going. Now, I noticed there's a science. That's complete and utter nonsense left. Well, I suppose actually, I was going to say that's complete and utter nonsense. Maybe it's not. But because I was going to say it's nonsense because it means all of my supplies of materials are going to dry up, because I'm not going to have any holmium, I'm not going to have any cryonite, I'm not going to have any beryllium, and so on and so on and so on. However, yes, as you say, I've done nearly all of the research now, so I don't need the throughput of ingredients, of materials for that. It's going out and doing sort of poking at things type stuff. But I'd probably find that something like the antimatter recipe has changed, and I wouldn't be able to get all the fuel I needed, or something like that. Something would break, and it would be enough of a problem to sort it out that I'd get fed up. So, yeah, I'm not gonna upgrade at this point in the game. I don't think there's any point. I don't think it's worth it. Yes, one of these was running out. Okay, it's just one of the ones that's coming from up here. That's interesting. Which one is this? Is it you? Yes, it's you. Why are you struggling? Because arcospheres, okay. So it is an arcosphere related problem. Donut is still donutting. That's fine. Let's have a quick look at it. That's not how you look at a donut. I didn't think it was, but I thought I'd try anyway. How many more have we got? 2 more to go. Okay. I mean, I don't know why I looked. It was if it had been finished, then it would have told me about it. So. Yeah, that's not going to take too much longer. Let's do some of the easy stuff. Not you. Let's pick up these because I've not bothered with them. Basically, these are all fairly easy, basic science types. Yes, I did just call energy. I did just call material 4 an easy science type. 19,000 of them. Jesus. Actually, that's an infinite research, isn't it? Not that one. Not you then. Or is it? Oh no, it's the last non-infinite. Technically, it's not infinite. It's these ones that are infinite. Okay, I should therefore, in theory, I should do that one. See how that goes. Follower robots. Yeah, I'll do that one as these start to go through. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so I've got far enough past all the things that would change that. Yeah, yes. The Bitacans, they allow you to. I believe I've not touched them, but I believe they I believe they allow you to use biters in more or less the way you can use the combat robots in vanilla Factorio. Now, I've never actually used combat robots because I don't know. I've just never seen the point. Never felt that they'd be that useful. So I've never touched them. I've also never I've never bothered with combat biters for the same reason. And to be honest, in this the combat isn't too difficult now, at least. So I can just go in with my personal laser defenses, of which I have several. 4 apparently. Apparently 4 is enough with the number of upgrades I've bought for them. Those and the Tesla gun just tend to wipe out anything I attack. So it's fine. Oh, I see. No, I don't think that would happen because the Vitamelange processing, for example, would all completely break. Because over here, I've got this set up to produce vitalic epoxy, for example. The rest, or no, the one that I know has changed. Vitalic acid down here. So this is producing vitalic acid. It's taking in acid and glass and Vitamelange extract, Vita extract, whichever one it is, and turning it into vitalic acid. Now this doesn't exist anymore. This recipe doesn't exist anymore. So that would just vanish out of all these machines would become unprogrammed. All the stuff on these belts would vanish, and I wouldn't have any vitalic acid. So, however naquium is processed in the new system, yeah, there might be a few naquium ingots coming out here that I'd be able to still use, but all of this would fail because all the recipes would be wrong. So, no, it would spectacularly break my entire base and nothing would come through. So that's another reason not to do it. Yeah, so yes, there's yeah, definitely won't be upgrading to 0.6 until I've finished. I've heard from a few people who have gone through the process of updating, and it sounds quite frustrating. I'm not going to do that. So, right, I'm not sure what to go and look at and fiddle with now. I'm sort of waiting for something to be a problem and to break. I think the main thing I can deal with at the moment is wait for is try and get some more arcospheres in. Pretty much everything else is working and ticking over. Now, as one of the fuely ships is not needs some additional modifications. Is it you? Yes, it's this one. So what I did before was I stripped out the wall all the way along here, like that. added in a little bit of extra spaceship floor like this. Actually, it only needs to come up to here, come to think of it, so I'll do that much bit. And then put in these pipes along here for faster unloading of fuel. There we go. Oh yeah, I could start building my my Mark II version of the jellyfish, couldn't I? Yeah, all right, let's do that. That's, jellyfish. So I'll take a copy of this, including tiles. Blueprint that. Not here. Blueprint that. Where's my ship here? Where do I build ships these days? It's probably somewhere where I can get antimatter to, which means yeah, it's over here somewhere. All right, you. Where did I build? Oh, I built it down here, did I? What does the jellyfish actually have on it for loading and loading fuel and water in and stuff? It's on the other side, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so I want to put it over. And I want to put it in here, really. Let's put it here. I'll need to put in some more roboports, but never mind. That's not really a problem. Because I'm going to want to make this quite a lot wider, I think. I hope I don't. Actually, I might want to make it taller as well. Yeah. So I want to put that there. So put one of those in there. So go. Oh, that's not enough. There we go. That should fit nicely there. So yeah, I'll put in some extra roboports down and around here, so I can do this building, and then I can build my spaceship in this massive great gap down here. No, I was right. That wasn't big enough. Oh yeah, and I was going to carry on fixing that fuel ship, wasn't I? That's the other thing. So that's got. There we go. Once that's rebuilt, so there we go. Now we've got many more pipes on the output side. It can unload it a bit more quickly and a bit more effectively. So that's good. That should sort that out. Now down here, that goes there, and then once it has, I can't see yet. We're going to want another one that sort of distance down again. So copy that with tiles, but get rid of that. That. I'll worry about power afterwards. Create blueprint. So put that end out downwards like that, and then crosswards like that, and that, and that. And that should, I think. Oh no, I'll need to go around the top as well. So there. There. And there. There we go. That should now be enough roboports to cover this whole area and allow me to build quite a big ship in the middle. Now I'll need to put in some power poles as well. In fact, I could do that as well, can't I? So we need power down here. That might be in the way. Let's put power there, and then there, 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 and there. Okay. So that these roboport, when I put roboports in on all of these, that'll be a long enough coverage that I'll be able to build everywhere. And then build my giant ship in the middle here. So that was this one. So put that there. Then I've got plenty of room for the wings to swoop out either side, and I've also got plenty of room to put the to extend north a little bit if I decide I want to put another row of laser cannons in, which I think I might well want to do, because I suspect this is probably going to need a little bit more gunnery on the front of it. But I can edit the ship once it's been built a little bit. Okay. As usual with these sort of projects, I'm spending quite a lot of my time waiting for the roboports to get built, but you know, that's just how it always is. I suppose I don't actually need that one on the corner. Never mind. I'll have a complete ring of them, because why not? No, one in here. Okay. Coming together nicely. Ah, donuts. Oh no. Okay, the donut has alerted me that the arcospheres are done, but it's only if I mouse over this that tell me about that. So I can now go off and have a look at the donut and tell it to come back because I forgot to put more arca probes in it because I'm a muppet. So now we say no 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 absorb bit. No, no absorb it. No absorb it. That one. Go. Blip. Oh no! I forgot to pick up all the stuff that's left out there. Stop. Where are we? Where is this? um, Razorfield. Okay. That was a bit of a fail. In fact, that was a lot of a fail. If I'm not being slightly more honest with myself. I forgot to pick up all the stuff that we come out here for. So we'll land here again. Then we'll pick up all of this. Oh dear. Is this one of those times when I realise I I needed a bit more sleep before I started playing? I suspect it might be. Then we'll head back to Norvis orbit. Oh, off you go. Okay, so how are you getting on? Kind of gappily. Fair enough. It's probably gappy like that because, in fact, let's remove all of this stuff out the middle because we're not going to use that. I'm going to put in the Actually, where am I? I haven't really decided whether I want to use the let's try with the thermal thing, just find out how much power it does use, because I think it's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be useful information. It's going to tell me how much bigger and how many what do you call it? What do you call it? How many antimatter reactors I'm going to need in the middle to power it. Now, are antimatter reactors a quarter of the size of one of these things? Let's have a look. It'd be quite convenient if they were, because then I could just remove the thermal thing from the middle and just put in antimatter reactors. Here's one. No, they're actually smaller than that though. So I could certainly probably put in 6 vertically, like sort of two by 2 down here. Then I'll need to make some Naquium heat pipes to carry the heat out to these things. But we'll take this for a spin anyway, with it in distortion mode, and see how much power we use, because from that I can judge whether I can get what sort of level of everything else I'm going to need. Huh. Oh, that's okay. It will eventually finish itself off. Right. But is that so? Words. Have we? Are some of that outside the logistics network? Yes. Okay. Some of it is outside the logistics network because this one hasn't been able to charge its battery. But this will finish it off. There's enough stuff in place now that we can do that, and then they'll put in that pylon there, and then this will be powered. So yeah, we're okay. And that will be finished like flip that. Right. And then I need to put in this again, like so. There we go. That's everything now. I don't need this stuff though, because we're not doing that with this ship. We're just flying it with the Nexus in distortion mode. It does mean I need to make another Nexus, but you know that's. I made one. How hard can it be to make another one? Don't answer that. Right. So I'm also going to need to charge this up. So let's borrow the beam for what do you call it? That one. And we'll aim that at what you want anyway. 7,300. Okay, so I don't let me send that one back out again because it's not really got enough heat to do it again all by itself. But I do want to cook this ship up and get this one up to temperature. In fact, let's put both of the big ones on it as well. So these ships can go several runs, and that one's at full heat, so that's fine. So putting that to that one as well. This will hopefully now heat this up reasonably quickly. Yeah, that's pretty quick. We've got a lot of power being poured into this. So, good. That's generally working. I don't know if this is going to be enough lasers, so I'm going to try and put in more, because the ship is going to be going about twice as fast once I've finished it. So I need to put in more lasers around the top here, I think, just in case, to help protect the shields. Basically as many more lasers as I can fit in. There we go. And now I need to think about sort of an extra wing bit for this. So let's put in, let's start off by putting in down a load of spaceship floor, like this. I still don't know quite now how much spaceship floor I need underneath one of these engines for it to actually sit there properly. But well, never mind. So I'm going to want this to head sort of down at a bit of an angle like this. Let's put... So that's there. Okay, so we'll start there. And how wide are these? 1, 2, 4 wide, I think. So 1. Let's make this a little bit. Let's make my brush a little bit bigger. That'll make this easier to draw. So okay, so I'll put one engine there, one engine there, one engine there, one there. How many do I need? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put in a 5th one there then. So it's a nice sort of swoopy shape like this. And let's make this a little bit thicker. We'll see how that goes. Why can it... What's in that? Cannot build an empty... Okay, so this needs to be a square further down. Great. So they do need about the amount of space I've been putting in there then for them on the other ship. The amount of flooring, that's the word I was looking for. There we go. So we do that, and that'll give me room to put the engines in, and then I can draw some wall up the side of it and go from there. I'm not sure whether I like the M shape of engines I'm going to end up with, but I think it's going to look okay. Maybe I have got the counting right. Okay, so we've got that. Then we do need a bit more spaceship floor as ever. So I'm going to put some off the side here. No, I have not updated to 0.6. I'm not planning to until I've finished. Basically, I'm not going to update this run to 0.6 because it's going to be there's too many recipes have changed essentially. So I don't want to. I have plans once I finish this run to start a 0.6 K2 SE run with some friends, basically as my next big stream. But for the moment, yeah, no upgrade. No, I'm not going to update this run because there's so many changes in the recipes. It's just not worth it. Not worth it. My sanity wouldn't be able to cope. I'd have to rebuild basically everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, not going to happen, I'm afraid. Then we'll bring the wall up like this. I think I've used up my entire supply of spaceship floor at this point. That's why this isn't getting built. But yeah, you get the idea. And this is going to give me a little bit of extra space on the side to fill up with I don't know what. Probably more shields actually, and more lasers just to keep the ship defended. But yeah, I think that works as a shape, and hopefully that'll give me enough for speed boost that I'll be able to get up to the crazy heady speeds of that I require to win the game. But as I say, some testing is going to be required. I don't think I'm going to build this, and if it doesn't work, then I'll extend these wings a bit further, I guess, and just put more engines on them. But yeah, for now, okay, we're now waiting for more spaceship floor to be built here, which means we're waiting for more aeroframe bulkhead to be built here, which means we're waiting for more beryllium to be made here. So actually, let's come over and put some speed modules in that, because that seems to be the slow point of what I'm trying to do at the moment. So that is nope, not quite down here, just over here. You have some speed. There we go. Bip, 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 bip. What? Why is Realm? Oh, Realm. No, I don't care about that. Okay, and while that's happening, let's have a quick look over here. How are things going in the sciencey bits? We are still producing a steady trickle of Naquium processors. Oh, we've run out of Naquium Tesseracts. Or I say run out of Naquium Tesseracts. The supply of Naquium Tesseracts is not fast enough. Again, it's an Arcosphere problem, I think. Yeah, we don't have. We're not producing the. We're not bringing through the Zetas fast enough at the moment for reasons of not having enough of them. So this is a. I need to get more Arcospheres before I can make any of this any better. It's running as fast as it possibly can, but I don't have enough Arcospheres to keep it happy. Okay, that's. I mean, that's sort of okay. It was kind of inevitable. We knew it was going to happen. That we're probably. I've only got like 200 Arcospheres, and apparently that's not enough. So we'll get there eventually. Science is at 70% of the Spaceship Victory one, so that's pretty good. It is still running. There's a healthy supply of them actually. We've got, yeah, it's starting to back up now. Well, it hasn't backed up all the way through these underground belts yet to come out the other side. But it's being brought in faster than it's being used. We've got the 30-ish in this chest now, so the inserter will stop passing them all in as soon as they arrive. So yeah, I'd say that's going pretty well. We've got the deep space sciencing. We do seem to have a shortage of Astro 4 though, which is a little bit of a surprise. I wonder why. Let's see if there's any obvious clues as to the reason for that. Is it just a throughput problem, or is it because I've just glomped an enormous quantity of them and none of these machines have accelerated enough? Now this does take in all of them, but perhaps that's the one that's the bottleneck. How's Energy 4 doing? Similar sorts of problems. Yeah, so I think I need to come over here and I need to boost in the same way I put the speed modules in all of these. I think I need to do that for all of the other ones as well. So let's do that. I've got 50. I think I need more than that. I'm going to need about 200. So let's pick up some more of those. Then I can... Where are they coming from? Then I can go off and speed module up all of those science machines. And get everything running at the speed I want it to. Are you bringing me those modules? Yes, you are. No, 150. Oh, that's where they're coming from. Over there somewhere. Nearly there. On the way. There we go. Right, let's go and get that sped up a bit and just working a bit more nicely. It's a shame the donut hasn't arrived. I could have grabbed the Arcospheres from it and done that as well at the same time, but oh well. Only so much stuff I can do. Oop, nearly flew past because I was looking at other things. Right, so the speed modules into all of those, into all of those, into all of those, into those, and I've already done those. Now the other concern is some of the machines that are actually making things on site. So we've got things like these that may or may not be running fast enough now, now that I've sped everything up a little bit. So I'll hang around over here for a little while and see how these keep up. And another thing is all these supercomputers as well. These are still supercomputer 1s because I'm a tight ass. Hello Jonathan, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so these are now going to start to struggle because I'm going to be using everything about twice as quickly as before. But we'll ignore that for... Oh, these are really struggling actually. We're not making the significant data or anything like fast enough. So, yeah, we could put a lot more speed modules in these. To be fair, we could also upgrade them to significantly better supercomputers. They're on tier 2 at the moment because that's what I needed to get the four insight recipes, the most efficient one. And we've run out of blue insights as well. Why you guys? Oh, there's fewer of these machines than there are of the other ones. That's interesting. Well, let's at least speed module these ones as well while I'm here. Make that go a bit faster. Okay, that's just improving. Hey Tech Fusion, welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. And yeah, I'm at the moment. I'm just sort of my stream at the moment is sort of basically just turning the handle, trying to get everything to push through all of the things it needs to do in order for me to win the game. Because at the moment I've got, as you can see, 72% of the way to researching the Spaceship Victory, and I'm building my victory ship over here slowly but surely. And the problem is I don't have enough spaceship floor at the moment. So yeah, it's going okay. I've just got a little bit more of this sort of stuff to do. I wonder what sort of streamline did I have with this? Was it good? Probably streamline 88.89%. Maybe I should make the front a little bit more pointy. Actually, putting these wings on actually might help with that quite a lot. Oh, that's good timing. Yeah. I'm sort of jealous because, well, because it'd be a good time to be getting into space exploration because the new version's just been launched, so it's got the new and shiny to play with it all right from the get-go. But also, I'm less jealous because I've been enjoying it for quite a long time as well. So yeah, whatever. But yes, I think it's certainly a good time to be starting to play because there's lots of exciting new stuff happening on it. Let's get rid of all of this wall and all of this, and let's get rid of these two laser turrets as well, at least for the time being. And I'll rethink how I'm setting all of this up once I know how my ship is going to actually work. But that requires at least this much more spaceship floor. My mistake was starting to build it on this side as well, but never mind. I always forget how much or how little distance the amount of basically I don't store enough of this stuff. I'm storing 2,000 of it, but that just never seems to be enough to actually build, go out and build an entire spaceship because my spaceships are getting bigger and bigger as they get further into the game. Okay, so the limiting factor is now this machine. Actually, no, the limiting factor is this inserter. That I can fix. There we go. What a silly problem to have. Well, yeah. So if those get upgraded to greens, then we'll go a little bit quicker, and we'll see how that goes. There we go, like this. So this will now hopefully be able to run constantly. That's much better. Well, nearly constantly. One green inserter is not enough to keep this machine completely satisfied, but we're going to be producing the flooring a bit more quickly now anyway. So generally, yeah, it's that old Factorio thing. You get to a point where you've got a big job to do, and so you end up just going back and sort of improving the efficiency of all the steps that work through towards that job in order to get it to run a bit faster. So yeah, it's a what's name. Why did they not have? Oh, I don't know. I probably deleted them when I was getting the walls out or something like that. There. I could put one in there actually. That would flatten the curve out quite nicely. So let's do that. Put a piece there when I can. Yeah. So that's it's less jellyfish than the other one, but it's quite a nice shape generally, I think. So I'm reasonably happy with this design. And then I'll basically mirror this onto the other side, fly out, see if I've got enough speed from that. You don't have to fill a train from a mall. You can always have you can have towns set up somewhere outside the mall area in order to and do the trains from there. I suppose that's probably allowed. Put this one here and yeah, keep the diagonal shields going. I think that's probably the best way. But actually, first let's put in lasers like this, and then I'll put in the shield like this. Yeah, that'll be fine because it's sort of down from where the other one was. That star there, is there room to fit another one of these in down here somewhere? Yes, just. I could put it like that, but that won't help at all. I could put it like that. No, that definitely won't help. Yeah, it has to be another one at an angle, and I'll just put it in there. There we go. I built the ship so big it's outside the range of this pylon. That's quite impressive. I put one of those there and one. What is the range on a pylon? Can I put the other one on the opposite equivalent point? I don't know. So I'll put that there and see. If I delete that, no, it doesn't show me. I don't know. Not easily. That's an interesting problem, Jonathan. I mean, it shouldn't happen quite like that. You should, if you've got how many? So if you've got one train leaving your depot, 4 trains going to the loading stations, how many unloading stations are you trying to send those trains out to? Because if you've not got enough unloading stations, you might have not enough place. Because LTN will only make one plan per destination at a time if you've got it set to a train limit of 1 on that destination. Right. I could take the ship out for a test flight now, actually, and just see how far it gets with, how fast it goes with an extra 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't count. I was going to put 5 more engines on the outside, but apparently I'm not. 1, 2, 3. Oh well, its ship did go slightly faster than it potentially needed to. You don't need to rename with LTN. You can have your train. You can the names of the stations don't matter at all. LTN doesn't care about your station names. Oh, I haven't got enough flooring on this side. Let's build up the other side anyway, just because I feel like I might as well. Okay, so the 2 drop there, 1, 2, and then out like that. Yes. Oop. I think that's probably about right. Is that about the right amount? I don't know. I've covered the what's the name? What do you call it? Clamp up, which is a little bit amusing. But yeah. Right, so I do need to make that other nexus at some point. And I've got a little bit of space over here. Should I need any random extra accessories? That should be right. Oh, do you only have to connect to the top of the engine? That's worth knowing. This way it protects the engine a little bit as well. But I had some issues with engines not quite going where I expected them to. So I'm just being a little bit over careful with them, I guess, this time, because I thought I might as well try and just make sure it works. However, that does mean if I need to put an extra engine on the other side, extra engine on the outside, I can have the wall carry on as diagonal and just go into the top of it. So that'll be good. That's quite nice. Thanks for letting me know. Jonathan, I would recommend, and this is a shameless plug, I recommend you go off and watch my my LTN videos and make sure you've got the station. Make sure you've got all of the stations and all of the mod settings set up the way I've recommended in those videos. Yeah, basically that's because if you have, then it should work, and if you haven't, then it probably won't, because that's LTN is a little bit finicky, basically. So that's my recommendation. I do find that whenever I think LTN isn't working and it's all broken and Factorio hates me and all that sort of thing, I do find it's because it is always because I have made a mistake somewhere. So I I have every confidence in you in you having done the same, if you'll pardon the expression. It's a slightly cruel way of phrasing it, but you know what I mean. What have we run out of? You. Why are you not running? You have no cold thermofluid. Okay, these are all running flat out. So, right, so the amount of increase I've put on all of these machines has basically meant I've used up all of my supply of thermofluids. Great. Well, yeah, that's... Well, specifically cold thermofluid, interestingly. That's interesting. Oh well. I think... At the moment, because this is going reasonably well, and I do still have some of each of them, he says with a questioning tone in his voice, because I'm not sure if I actually do. No, I don't. I've actually run out of tier 4, what do you call it, and sciences. Science has ground to a halt. Okay. I guess that means I'm going to have to come out and make a copy, and just copy and paste this out further as well. So, I'm not going to have any of the. I've got the first stage coolers. I haven't got the second stage coolers. I could. Ooh, actually, I could just speed module all of the coolers. That's the easy way to fix this, isn't it? Oh, except I've already done that. Okay, I'm not going to just come in and speed module all the coolers. So it's this. Yeah, the cool is fine. That's absolutely full because we're not producing any of that. It's this, or not using any of that except for cooling further. So it is actually these ones specifically that I need. So let's put in some of these better speed modules into a couple of these machines and see how that pans out. And I still have plenty of power, so that's great. Yeah, I'm afraid you're probably almost certainly right there, Jonathan. The issues are, I mean, I've had so many times where I've been staring at it and scratching my head and going, this is broken. I've checked everything 3 times and it's still not working. And then on the 4th time I've gone through checking everything, I've gone, oh, there's no cable going from that pylon to that light bulb, and it's all been my fault because it always is. Yep, you're quite right, Mike. I am definitely not going to update because, yes, there's so many major recipe changes. It's just going to destroy everything. I have changed my plans slightly because of the update. My original plan was just to carry on to get both the Spaceship Victory and the Indiana Jones Victory. But instead, I've now decided that I'm instead going to restart with friends and restart with friends and Factorio and go on for the. And then start again with that and with 0.6. So yeah, I'm it has had an effect on what I'm doing, but it's not. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to update this because that would just be it would destroy my fragile little mind. Put it that way. Why are you sad? Oh. What? So there's too much cold. Oh, and yet we're being told there's not enough. What? What? How the... I have no words. So yeah, as I was saying, whenever you find your system isn't working in Factorio, it's always because you've screwed up somewhere. Like there's an obvious missing pipe and something just isn't connected. Oh my god. Yes, I will be streaming the K2SE playthrough. It'll be taking the Monday slot where we were until fairly recently we were playing Minecraft Dungeons & Dragons Space Shuttles. That has been moved to a brand new Thursday slot, so I'm probably going to play that tomorrow. We'll see how it goes, because to be honest, I'm not enjoying Minecraft as much as some of the other stuff I'm doing. So I'm trying to sort of find excuses to get away from that and stop playing Minecraft. So we're going to be turning the official main multiplayer stream into a K2SE 0.6 playthrough. So there'll be I think there's going to be 4 of us, maybe 5. I can't remember. It's about that many. Working on that every Monday. Wednesdays probably going to be Dyson Sphere program. So when I start doing Factorio on Mondays, then Wednesdays will become my solo stream. Will start being Dyson Sphere program. And in the very short term, I'm going to carry on doing a bit of Minecraft on the Thursdays because it is a bit of fun. It's a nice social thing, even if I don't really like the game itself all that much. Yeah, that pipe was painful. But then also trying to play. At the moment, I have a bit less going on during the week because my drama group's on its summer break. So I'm also then going to be trying to do a bit of playing a bit of the Last Starship on. Well, at the moment on Mondays. That might become Thursday. I don't know. Well, it'll be a little bit up in the air. But I'm on the pre-alpha. There aren't many other people on it, so I definitely want to keep playing it. What is going on here? Who designed this? So I want to keep playing that because I'm basically the only person playing it on YouTube and Twitch and stuff. So it'd be nice to keep that up and running. So yeah, that's essentially the schedule. So Last Starship wherever I can fit it in, as and when updates come out and there's something interesting to have a look at. K2SE on Mondays, probably going to be Dyson Sphere program on Wednesdays, might be little bits of Minecraft on Thursdays, or that might be the when I do Last Starship, and other than that we'll see. And of course the summary videos will stay more or less the same, coming out at the weekend, and again we shall see. I might get somebody else to do the Minecraft summary videos and keep releasing them on the channel. You can also watch, if you're really into Minecraft and want to watch that one, Al is still going to be streaming, so you can watch them on his channel if you want. But I am going to stop at some point in the not too distant future because I don't know, I feel like I've been spoiled by Factorio. In Factorio everything works, it's consistent, it's just nice, there aren't bugs, it's not glitchy and things, it's just nice, everything works. So I've been spoiled by it, so when I play Minecraft it just frustrates me because it's not up to the Factorio standards basically. Oh yeah, Jonathan, if you've played 1500 hours of Factorio and you haven't done any of the big mod packs, I'd say start with space exploration. Start with space exploration 0.6. It's going you're somebody, if you played 1500 hours of it, you know what you're doing. You know how to play Factorio. So you'll find the opening part very very easy because it is basically vanilla Factorio. So you'll get on to the interesting parts quite quickly, and then it's just a massive expansion. It's all the excitement of doing the early game Factorio, of playing Factorio through for the first few times, but again with brand new materials and so on. It's I'd say space exploration is by a significant margin the best mod pack I've played. So yeah, I strongly recommend it. Yes, basically. K2 will make it a lot harder, so I'd say probably for your first major overhaul mod, go with just space exploration. Yeah, Minecraft does have Minecraft with the mod pack we're playing. We're playing Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles, which is basically all of the Minecraft mod packs crammed together and linked together in one, and so it all works quite well together. Hey Tristan, the stream is going so well. I'm talking about other games. Um, yeah, so Minecraft doesn't have the same level of um, of automatability, but the mod packs we're playing with, in theory, does. But it's not so. But it just doesn't work quite as well as various people are saying. It's just not quite. It's just not as nice. Things don't work as well. All the user interfaces are. Every machine has its own separate user interface. It's completely different. You don't get construction bots apart from Mike. Yeah, it's just not as nice. Yeah, I do agree with you, Dominic. The start of the game is always a little bit frustrating, but to be honest, I spent maybe, should we say 10 hours, just because I don't know, and I'm just picking a number out of the air, 10 hours getting onto the stage where I was building the bus and things were reasonably automated, and I've now played 600 hours. I don't know how many hours have I played, little robot thing. 21 days and 19 hours. What's that in hours? Because that's what everyone asks about. 521 hours of this game since then. So I've played 500 hours compared to 10 or 20 hours of annoyance of the stuff I like. So I think it's definitely worth it. Yeah, so I think I would, as I say, for somebody who's doing their first big overhaul mod pack, I think I would definitely lean away from K2, because I think that's just it's going to be adding in complications. It's just going to give you headaches and make you think, why am I doing this? Why is this all made? Why is this so different and so much bigger and more awkward? And my first major overhaul mod was Angel Bobs, and I did the whole lot, and it was, let's just say, it was a lot. I'm not sure. I don't say I regret it as such, but it was definitely in at the deep end, and I think that might have been a bit much. But but space exploration, I think, would be a very good one to start with, because it's going to introduce a lot of new stuff and relatively quickly. But he's been putting a lot of effort into giving it a nice, smooth difficulty curve, so it gets gradually harder rather than suddenly going, "Yep, here's the deep end. Enjoy it." Ooh, my donut has arrived. I don't know. I feel like going in and sort of. I've said this a number of times before, but I don't. I like to play a mod pack basically on more or less default settings, or at least recommended settings, because if I go in and tweak things like turning pollution off for a little while to stop the biters expanding, or things like that, it feels a bit like cheating. I feel like I'm not playing the game the way the mod author intended it to be done. It's like going in, and it's one of the reasons I haven't added loaders, for example, to my space exploration playthrough. They'd be fantastically useful for unloading spaceships, and better than the trains are probably. But I didn't. But I don't want to go. But it's. I feel that going in and solving a difficulty by adding an extra mod into it is cheating, and it spoils it. And I don't want to do. So I don't want to do that. If there's a challenge, I want to go in and I want to solve that challenge without. I don't want to just go in and sidestep the challenge. Okay. How many did it take? What's the input? 4. Okay, we'll get another one of that. Yeah, I will admit, playing in peaceful mode is a decision. It's sort of a valid, different way of playing the game. I'm not sure. It's not one I particularly go for because you can then just expand a bit too easily. But I don't have a serious. I mean, it's a single-player game. You play it the way you want to. I mean, it doesn't matter to me if you go in and do and do various and do whatever you want. It makes no difference to me because it's not my game. So yeah, go nuts. But my personal preference is to stick with basically this reasonably default settings. Yeah, I suppose if you're turning it off because of UPS, because you've got to a point where you've just essentially the biters are a solved problem. That's slightly different. You're not solving it. You're not doing it because the problem is hard. Although I suppose there's an element of you could say that UPS is another problem to solve by making your factory more efficient. Um, there, that's a more borderline one. I'm not sure. Um, as for whereas if you turn the biters off completely, then you remove one of the logistics challenges in the game by basically just getting rid of by no longer having to supply your base with ammunition and just by being able to expand as quickly as you want. It makes things a lot easier. And I don't know. I mean, I can see it both ways. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. What mods do I use? Blimey. Can I tell easily from? Oh, so here we go. So I've got File. I haven't used File very much. I used it down on Norvis ages and ages ago, but I haven't used it a great deal since. And File is probably the ones I'd feel is closest to feeling a little bit cheaty, even if it is just doing things you can do, but a bit quicker. But then I suppose so a load. Yeah, I don't know. Afraid of the Dark, I actually installed that in an attempt to make it a little bit lighter for streaming, but it doesn't work because it's an old mod or something like that. Oh no, it adds in loads of lamps you can build and things like that, which I haven't bothered with. But yeah, I did that in for the sake of the streaming. Alien Biomes, of course. Bottleneck puts the little colourful things on the assembly machines to tell you how it's getting on. Bullet trails because it looks pretty. Even distribution because it makes emptying your inventory a bit easier and stuff like that. Far reach I feel to be basically essential. It is a little bit cheaty, but I feel it's kind of required. Um, FNEI, of course, grappling gun, Informatron, jetpack, uh, manual inventory sort. Because if you have a large inventory, like with the warehouses, and you don't have that, then it's an absolute nightmare to try and find stuff in them. I think all the rest of it. Oh, vehicle snap because driving is difficult. Factory planner because people kept going on about it. It's nonsense. Don't bother with that. It's rubbish. Don't. There's no point. Just build more stuff. If your factory's running too slowly, build more stuff. Module inserter because that's a way of being able to put modules into machines used through the navsat, which you can't do otherwise. And that's it. So yeah, that's what I've got in. That's apparently what I've got in here. Why did I come over here? I've completely forgotten. I don't know why I came over here. I'm sure there's a good reason, but I've no idea what it was right now. So, how's my second jellyfish coming on? Where is it? Oh, it's over here. That's going pretty well. We've got all the flooring down now. Can I demolish that? Yes, I can. So, let's put some more engines in now. The big question is this going to be enough engines? The answer we shall find out sooner or later. Now, the bigger question is, why is this not symmetrical? The hell? Did I bring that out from the... I did bring that out from the wrong place. Oh, for goodness sake. That should be one square higher all the way down. Ah! Oh yes, you're right. I missed out LTN. I've got LTN installed because it's the obvious way to do trains. Now we're seriously considering doing a non-LTN playthrough for the K2SE run because we think it might be interesting because I've never played Factorio without LTN since train limits were added into the game into the vanilla game. So I don't know what can be done and what can. I've never tried any of it, so I think that might be interesting. So that's something we haven't decided yet either way, but it's an idea we're playing with to see how we feel about it. Is that still not in the right place? It's still not in the right place. Oh, for goodness sake. Get rid of all of that. Actually, not that bit. Let's try that again. So I'm going to want to put in a piece of. That was a massive fail. Right, okay, do it again, but right. So that'll go there, and there, and there, and there, there. Tum-ti-tum. I can play this game, honest, I promise. Oh yeah, and then there's the logistics I forget what it's called, but yeah, as Tristan says, it's the one that lets me put blueprints into blue chests to request that stuff, because then you can do things like having your space. You can put a blue chest on a spaceship and tell it to, and then drop a blueprint into the onto the blue chest, and the blue chest will request all the bits and pieces you need in order to build that blueprint, which is really useful when you've made a massive blueprint and then want to go off and put it on another planet somewhere. Let's get rid of that as well, and then we can see where I can put lasers in. Laser there, there. Oh no, lasers first, then shields. Plomp, 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 plomp. And then shields going down here like that, and I don't know where the other shield goes until it's put that first one down. About here, I guess. Oh, it sticks out far enough, that'll be fine. And then a pipe across here. To power the engines, right. And I don't know, I'm seriously considering sticking one more engine on the end because I can't count, and it was meant to be sort of five more on either side. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put one more engine in just for fun. So that means a little bit more spaceship thing there, and probably let's put more in than I actually need, and then we can fix it afterwards. Get rid of a little bit of that. Not you. And then the same over here. There we go. And oh yeah, remove that. So this is going to be my victory ship, at least that's the plan. And I'll be able to, hopefully this will be, well, at the moment, the plan is I'm going to fly out with it as is and see how well the amount of energy in here lasts, how much I'm getting through, and then I can start doing some maths from that to work out how many antimatter reactors I'm going to need, because I probably need the antimatter reactors. I actually don't want to expand the amount of fuel tanks because they had far more fuel. The fuel was absolutely fine. There was ridiculous quantities of it. So I think it's probably going to be all right. Can I get that rock? Yes, I can. I don't want to have a random rock inside my spaceship. That's a lot of ore. Oh yeah, engines. Oh, it's not wide enough. These engines are bigger than I thought they were. I thought they were 4 wide, and I thought I'd put down 4, and apparently didn't. Really? Yeah, definitely wide. Oh, maybe they're 5 wide. That makes me wonder how. Oh, maybe that. Oh, right. That's why. Yeah, so I can count. I can count number of engines I want to try to put in, but I can't count how wide an engine is. So that was where I failed. Let's get rid of some more of these rocks. There we go. Clean place up a bit. Engine there. Engine there. Pipe there. Wall like that. And like that, I think. I don't want to have the back of the engine completely unprotected because it just seems wrong. Especially as I notice this engine is now outside my shields. But so let be. Okay. So that's going to be a pretty quick ship, I think. I haven't researched the Spaceship Victory yet, so does it say in the research? So it says no, I haven't. Oh, maybe it's here. Distortion drive. 600 seconds crafting date. Travelled. Uses 6 gigawatts when at critical speed. It might be a victory ship. We shall see. I am aware that I might need to replace the energy beam receiver with more antimatter reactors because it might not produce enough power. I'm going to take this out for a test drive and see how it goes. Oh yeah, the reason I came over here was because there's a couple of bits of pipe in there that aren't in the logistics system, and I will have to place by hand. Well, place by my bots instead of the other bots. There we go. Those 3s go down. Oh, I've run out of 3s. Let's make some more 3s like that. Okay. I'll need to be able to. That's a good point. I'll need to be able to produce 7 gigawatts, won't I? So at the moment, I'm on 2. Okay. If it's yes, I hadn't actually looked at this. Yeah, this is going to have to be okay. Building this whole spaceship has been a complete and utter waste of time because yeah, I'm going to need. And let's see. I could. I've got no, these are 500 each, aren't they? Oh well, that's enough engines in it at least anyway. So I can, if I demolish the. Oh, that's a shame. So the biggest problem with this is going to be the sheer number of these high temperature heat exchangers I need round the thing. That's really annoying because I thought going out and testing it fine and finding that I couldn't do it, I'd have been okay with, and then coming back and rebuilding the ship and stuff. But having realised now that the information I needed was actually available in the system is rather annoying. Okay, well let's redirect these beam receivers anyway. So that one now, instead of going there, should be over here. To be honest, I think I've completely tuned out the error sound because it's been doing it for so long. I've stopped noticing it, which admittedly completely defeats the point of having it. Oh, there's no ship here. That's a shame. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose I should go around and fix all of the things that are complaining, like that one. Why is there a station requesting iron ore in Tulip that's not getting any? Probably because the mine isn't running fast enough, or it's run out, or something like that. So these are all things I should go around and fix. Those because there isn't. Did you used to be an iron mine? No, you're a stone mine. What? Oh, there used to be an iron. Ah, right. This was an iron mine. And it's now empty. Yeah, I should probably go through and try and fix all those things. I did see, actually, there was another video I saw had somebody using a mod that gave you an LTN interface. I can't remember what it's called. 1 second, I took a screenshot of it and stuck it in a notepad somewhere. LTN Manager, which shows basically it shows a list of all of the different resources that are provided, requested, and en route, and how much you've got of each one. So that seems could potentially be quite useful if you want to make LTN a bit easier. Okay, so this system, this is going to need to have. So if I need to produce 7 gigawatts, as Mike says, I'm going to need to have 14 of these around the whole system. So now you're going to. Now the obvious thing to do would be to make a vertical 2x2 2 wide column of antimatter reactors, or does it have to be? Actually, it doesn't have to be antimatter reactors. What if? So I need to have 14 of these. I could make an entire long vertical column of these, feeding off a number of these things that are pressed up against each other. But it's the amount of energy that these things hold, whether that's going to be enough to carry the ship, to produce 7 gigawatts for 10 minutes. Probably isn't, I suspect. I'm not sure I really want to risk it. Now, let's see. So, if I do a vertical column of antimatter reactors, then I'll get the neighbor bonus from them. So it'll be 400 times. So the corner ones will get 800 megawatts. The middle ones will get 1200 megawatts. So let's just assume they're all middle ones and have lots of them. So it's call it a gigawatt each, actually, because that'll be, as long as there's at least 8 of them, then a gigawatt each will be enough. Yeah, so I've put in 8 of them in a 2x4, and then just try and cram as many of these things in around them as I can, and then think about some sort of fueling system for the antimatter reactors. Now I could fuel them by hand because it's only going to be needed for a relatively short time, but I don't like fueling things by hand. It feels dirty. I should feel like I should do it better than that. So what if instead I had then at that point I'd need the holmium heat pipes, which are No, probably in here. Sorry, Naquium heat pipes. Heat pipes, Naquium heat pipes, Naquium. Okay, Naquium heat pipes, sure. Okay, they've got joins partway along them as well, and join in the middle for that one. That's a 5 with a join in the middle. That's a I can't read those numbers of dash. I think that's 5 between the pluses. So 2 and a connection, 5 and a connection, 2. Maybe just use normal ones to be honest. But yeah, so I use those, and that will allow the heat out a little bit from the edge of the reactor, and therefore have a conveyor belt up the side, allowing me to load the fuel into them. That seems like the best design. So if I need, but I'm going to then need to fit 14 of these around it. So let's grab a let's sketch something out and see how things fit together. Oh, okay, that's worth knowing. Thank you. So I reckon I was going to need 2 by 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, and then feed that out at least 2 squares, and then we'll. So the medium one is the same width as the heat exchanger. Okay, so I could put in this sort of system like this, as long as there's 1, 2. These are overlapping weirdly. I don't like it. Okay, I think I need to put a normal heat pipe in the corner. That makes some sense. They overlap. That's very strange. Right, there we go. So there's my oh, and I need to then put these in on the corners like this, 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 and this. So I think that should now be a fully connected heat pipe system. Although I honestly can't tell looking at that whether it's actually joined up properly. I think it must have done. Anyway, so I need to have 40. I need 14 heat exchangers. That's the bit that's going to be tricky. There they are. So put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is going to fit. 5, 6, 7. 14. Those are the wrong way around. Not to really matter because I'm just sketching at the moment. And then I put in one. Then I put in one turbine for every pair of these. So that would go there, there, there. I suppose I'll put in one for this one as well, even though it's not a pair. So I'll move that one down slightly actually so it fits. Put that there and there. And the same over here. 1, 2, 3. That. And then one down here as well. Although, you know, to make the spaceship actually look reasonably sensible, let's put this one over here. And this one. I guess I'll have to go up here. Actually, you know what? I could just put them like this. This looks nicer. And then link everything together with just have one pipe running all the way around. And this will make the spaceship a slightly more sensible shape. Which way is it bigger? Okay. I suppose the other possibility would be to put them all on the top like this. I've got these the wrong way up as well. I could put them on the top. Because I'm going to probably want to have a fairly wide ship. Actually, no, I can make the ship nice and tall. That's going to be fine. I have already built it with twice as many engines as the one that makes 100 and does 160. So I mean, I'm aware that it's not going to be quite. It's not going to be a linear thing, but having more engines is going to make the ship more fast. Oh, and I'm going to need to link these in like this. Actually, probably not like that, because that's where the corner of the belt's going to go there. They're all linked together, of course, so in theory, you only need one heat connector, but, I mean, physics and stuff says that you're going to be better off the more places you put the heat through, so I'm going to... That's silly, though, which makes that silly, but that's silly, but the rest of it, good idea. So, there we go. I think that's a reasonably sensible design. It's slightly off-center because this side is wider than this side because of the size of the heat exchangers, but there's not much I can do about that. To be honest, this Planet Easy in my yes, this is in the Kalida system. The only reason I'm doing this here is because, well, basically why not? I needed somewhere to use as a notepad, and this was the first one I selected, not for any particular reason. Let's bring it back in over here. Loop it round, put in a splitter. Like that, why not? It's unnecessary, but it means that when you start to run out of fuel, you can keep everything running, so it's a little bit nicer. Yeah, I mean, I think that should probably work, as there's a load of pipes need to be put in as well. So now I'd basically, yeah, and I didn't want to do this in space because I'd only be able to draw where I've already put down spaceship flooring, and that makes things a lot more annoying. So that, and then water, water, water. I'm a little bit worried about water throughput on this because I'm aware they do use quite a lot of water, and I've seen issues with that before. So I might need to have, I might need to put in some other sort of system for supplying that. Now let's see, is it? I can't remember where stuff comes out, where what comes out. Is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so it's water out the sides and steam out the end. That was what I thought, but I didn't like to assume. And then I need 3 of these for each one of these. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, okay. Condensing boilers is condenser turbine. Sorry, is this one? I need 3 of these for each one of those, which obviously isn't going to fit. But if I start up here, maybe it'll. So I need 12. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, it does fit. Let's move all that down a little bit then to make it look a bit less ridiculous. And then the same over here. Let's try and get it in line. Yeah, like that. Whoop. Down there. Right. Okay. So we're getting there. I think at this point that's the basics. That's the basics of the engine for the ship. So I think we'll. I think I'll stop sketching this out here now. Stop sketching this here in on Tulip and just make a copy of that. And then go back over here and see how much bigger is this than my entire ship. Quite a lot. Okay, well I can keep the same sort of front profile. I probably won't, but I could. There is just about room inside the area I've allotted to drop this down. I'm not going to have to move the entire. Well, I probably am going to have to move the entire ship. Let's build this much, and then I'll probably have enough to just sort of move the ship a little bit, and then start to think. Well, maybe I won't. Worst case, I can demolish this stuff up here. That's fairly meaningless, and grow the ship north if I need to. So right, let's get rid of all of this stuff, because that's going to be in the way. Not with my bots. No, I didn't want to do that. Silly bots. Oh well, never mind. All right, so that's going to go up to. It goes out as far as the shield, the outer shield generators, and it goes up as far as the top of the about here. So that means I'm going to need an even more spaceship floor, and I probably am going to have to do that. I probably am going to have to do that extra research into big spaceships I was talking about earlier. Oh, the Victory ship research is finished. Awesome. So it goes out to about here. And here. I think that was right. I mean, technically... Oh, no, it needs to go a bit further than that if I'm going to... I'm probably not going to keep the Nexus there. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of these pylons, that pylon at least, and probably these ones as well. We'll redo that in a moment. Oh yeah, I'm going to need to get rid of all of this stuff because it's in the way. And all of this stuff for exactly the same reason. Oh, I got rid of the spaceship floor I was trying to put down. There we go. 4 heat exchangers on the top. Yes, maybe actually. That's quite. Yeah, that's a nice tweak to it. Let's have a look. Let's go back to Tulip and tweak the design a little bit there. Because yes, I think you might be right. If I get rid of those and delete some of this. I put one of those there. There. Yes. Yes, I can. I can't then use the those sort of heat pipes. I have to use this sort of heat pipe. But that's not exactly a hardship. And then, as you say, that allows me to get rid of some of this off the bottom. And make the whole thing a little bit smaller, which would be nice. Don't know. We'll find out in a minute, though. Let's use some long pipes across the bottom. Long pipe is long, because they don't make friends in quite the same way that short pipes do. In fact, all of these pipes should be replaced with longer pipes as and wherever possible. So I'll come back and do that. Oop, that won't work. 9 pipe goes there and fill the gap. I'll upgrade these pipes once I get the basic thing into a spaceship. So actually the other question is, am I going to be able to handle all the water for this? So I'm going to need to bring the water pipes out to down here, and that'll come along. No, I'm not going to be able to get the water out of here. So I'm going to need to have these all 1 square lower, I think. This is already the tallest part, which is annoying. The other possibility, I suppose, is to have 2 ranks of these. But that's also going to be a faff to put together. Let's move those down 1, like that. Because then I can have a pipe that comes through here and brings that out. Brings the water out here, joins up with all of these. Because there's going to be a pipe all the way down here, obviously, for the water. Across this way. And the same on the other side. Okay, copy that again. Okay, so this will fit in quite nicely now in the area I've allocated for it. Is that centered? I can honestly can't tell. No, it's not. Do I care? Probably not. I think I do care, actually. That's the problem. That, I think, is actually centered. Because... How do you draw a straight line in Factorio? I suppose you use a belt or something. But I don't want to put something across. Oh, or you open a window. There we go. Right, so there is one extra brick on this side than there is on the other side. So if I have this overlapping there, that is centered. The whole thing is centered on the ship now. So that, I think, is probably a good place to put it. Now I'm going to want, there is a water pipe going across the bottom. I'm going to put it there so there's a bit more space to allowed for stuff. Let's do that and put down everything I can. So I've marked its position. Oh wait, no it's not. I misspoke because I put the extra pipes in on one side and not on the other. So this is, it's one wide. Okay, so that would have been, it's as centered as I can make it, given that the whole thing is a bit asymmetrical. All right, fine. Let's put it in. Let's put it in there where I just put it. Why not? And then we'll need a big water pipe running down the side of here. And then we need to spend blooming ages trying to think how to put everything in together. We need to feed fuel in at the bottom here. We need to make all of these heat pipes and things. We need to put down more of everything really. And then try and make the front of this monstrosity vaguely pointy so that we can have a little bit of go from the ship. That'll need to be up to there, because one for the pipe and then one for the spaceship wall is going to be required. This might work, might be enough, we shall see. There's a few spare bits of spaceship floor over here, let's get rid of them. Snip, snip. Okay. Let's go and start making stuff. So we need naquium heat pipes, small and medium. And I'm going to need so yeah, naquium heat pipes, small and medium, and also words. Why can I not talk? Also the reactors. Other than that, oh, and the actual doodly machine itself. Other than that, I think that's probably all the components that are needed. Yeah, water throughput is worrying me quite a lot with this system. I'm going to put various pipes in around, so I'll link in across the top, probably around here as well, and across the top here, and yeah, but yes, water throughput is definitely a concern with this ship design. We'll see how it goes. Right, make me some naquium heat pipes. Normal ones first. So these ones are just multiple heat pipes. Yeah, okay, so we'll make the basic ones, which is superconductor cable and naquium plate. So superconductor cable is somewhere around here. That's it. That's it. Now I don't have any naquium here because that would make things far too easy. But I'm sure I can get some over here without too much difficulty. Yes, I think I did the maths. Let's think about it together, shall we? So they produce a single one on its own produces 400 megawatts. So if you've got two of them next to each other, it produces 800, and there's going to be 4 of that. And if you've got two, and you've got one of them with 3 surrounding it. No wait. No, it's going to be. Oh no, I've got that. I've got wrong. I don't need that. I don't need that many. I've got more than I need. Oh well, never mind. No, 6 is probably enough. Actually, I got the numbers wrong for the proximity bonus, neighbor bonus. So if you put down the first one is going to does 400 on its own. So if you've got from neighbor bonus, if you've got one with 2 next to it, that's going to be producing 1200. And the ones with 3 next to it are going to be producing 1600. So I've got 4 1200s and 4 1600s. 6 400. Yeah, so 6 is probably going to be enough. Probably. No promises, but probably. Superconductor cable, out to the left. That's that down there. And naquium, and we don't. Is that that's naquium. Oh, we don't have naquium, but we have naquium cubes. That's really annoying. I'm pretty sure we don't have naquium being brought out here. Cables. No, we don't. We're just gonna have to bring it in as another thing. How is my naquium supply holding up? 3.5k, pretty well. That's impressive. Okay, so you are also going to be requesting. You're going to be doing naquium. Naquium ingots. Yeah. So does that mean I probably should make this a little bit shorter? Snip the top two off, move everything down a little bit. Let's do that. I'll head over there in a minute and improve it. But once I've got the these things being made over here. So yes, naquium for those, and you need to also request naquium. Which will come out onto here. This belt, this belt, this belt. One. Wait, what? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there is a spare. Yes, there's a spare slot at this height. Okay, we'll bring it along across here then. All the way to here. And this is right at the top, so we want to bring it out here. That, and then this. Like so. Wait, this is naquium ingots, not naquium plates. Do I ever need naquium ingots? Probably not. Still, let's get rid of all that. Right, what we'll do is we'll put another machine here that will turn the naquium ingots into naquium plates and then pass them across this way and also back up onto the bus system. Grump, grump, grump. So it needs to come down about here. What? There we go. And you. There, like that, and then down here. Right. I suppose I could have made the could have hand made the heat pipes. That would have been probably been absolutely fine. But you know, sometimes I like to do things properly. And I suppose, yeah, I know I've been saying a lot of things like at this stage of the game, why am I bothering to do things properly? Let's not do that. Let's do some slightly less silly quantity researches. 800. Yeah, anything. I'll do anything less than 1,000. And non-infinite. These are infinite researches. They're just very early versions of infinite researches, so I don't care about them. That. Ooh, max health. That'd be quite nice to have. Crafting speed could be nice to have. 20,000. Bloody heck. Is that not an infinite? And that's not even the infinite ones yet. Jeez. Well, I'm not doing that one. We'll do that though. That's only 1,000, and it's only tier 2s as well. Let's get the efficiency module 9 as well. Why not? And no, that's an infinite. That's an infinite. I could do that as well, I suppose. Fit that one in there. Oh, actually, what am I doing? I'm actually probably going to need that one. So let's do that first. Teleportation is 10,000. That's far too expensive. I don't have enough tier 4 science ready for that yet. All the other tier 4 sciences are catching up, so I'm just picking out the easy ones. And also, I'm not going to use teleportation, so there's no point in researching. Okay, actually, no, I take that back. I did say I was going to research everything, so everything non-infinite. So at some point, I will research that. Oh, more bugs. Infinite. Sure. Sure. That'll do. More power. Unlimited power. There we go. And then the next thing is going to be the It's the reactors, antimatter reactors. So, blimey, that's a lot of. It's just a lot of stuff, and a lot. Yes, a lot of it's very expensive. A lot of it is just. But it's just the sheer number of items that are going into that. That's astonishing. But okay, I guess we're having some of them. There. A bajillion of those. Then it was low density structures, so we have a bajillion of these as well. Actually, let's start from the top and work down. So I also want these. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, no. No. There. Right. Copy. Paste. I don't want lattice vessels, do I? No, I'm pretty sure I don't. Oh, maybe that means I can squeeze these in here. It does. There we go. And yeah, just those. Okay. Are you feeding something down? No, you're not. Put that in there as well. Right, so that's that one, that one, that one. Naquium cubes and heat shield tiles. Okay. Now Naquium cubes, I saw it. I'd brought in fairly recently. There they are. There. Okay, Naquium cubes and heat shield. I'm sure I have. I know I have heat shield tiles up here. I just don't know exactly. What was that? Them down, right down there. Yes. I always go through quickly with the mouse when I'm laying those things down, because it's almost as if I don't trust the game to lay them down properly if I don't. Right, is that everything except these extended energy catalogs, which I'm going to go and get by hand because I'm not doing any of this. Yeah, I'm not doing that manually. Energy catalogs, extended energy catalogs specifically. That's the. Ow, that's the spaceship. Fly round the spaceship, Laurence. You can't fly over them, despite space being, you know, famous for being tall. Okay, energy is the first one after this. So it's this one here. This is energy, I think. Yes, it is. So up the top of here, somewhere, there should be extended energy catalogs. Here. I'll take 50. Why are you not making them? Why have you run out of whatever goes on here? What is this? Is this solar data? This is solar data. Okay, firstly, why? And secondly, why is this run out? Oh, because there's 1,000 in there, that's why. Okay, that'll hopefully fix that. Right, back to my spaceship construction. Oof, try and fly through the shipyard without hitting anything. There we go. And then down. Oh, more. That's awkward because these ships don't have doors on them. Who builds a spaceship without doors, honestly? I have to admit, I've got into the point in the game now where I'm being a bit lazy about stuff, because I know I'm so close to the end that it's almost not worth doing things particularly carefully. Instead, I'm just going in and I'm not. So, for example, it's little things like I'm not bothering to fix those ships that go off to take the ammunition out to the to take the meteor defense ammunition out to the Calidus orbit and so on, because, well, it's not going to be my problem for long enough for me to care, essentially, which I know is not the right way to look at it, but. Right, you stop outputting when there are... What are you doing? This is the reactors. When or enabled when less than, let's say less than 10 reactors. That's probably fine. You are to be enabled when there's less than 100 heat pipes, 200 heat pipes. And I need to put another one of these so this actually works. Like that. In hindsight, I'm not sure why these are above rather than below the these machines, because it just means they get in the way, but never mind. Right, so the bots will, yeah, take them away, it's fine. In fact, you know what, let's make that 5. 10 feels like a lot. Are you now functioning? Yes, except you're whitelisted. There we go. Okay, that seems okay now. The I think we're now building. Is that all the bits and pieces I need for the ship? Oh, there's another nexus needed. What goes into a nexus? Superconductor cables, airframe, Naquium tesseracts, Naquium processor. Okay, well this is definitely a build in the a pocket build. So let's gather the bits and pieces I need from over here. Which is some of those superconductive cables, but I can't get to them very easily. So I'm going to find the source, which is here, where there aren't any, of course, because they're just being made. Have I got 20 of those now? 16. 18. 21. Close enough. Heavy assemblies. It's these, I think? Yes. Where is the Nexus in this? Because I'm going to keep... Nexus is hard to spell, it turns out. Nexus, oh, it's in production, of course it is. 10 heavy assemblies, 10 aeroframe bulkheads, and stuff from the other side of the world. There we go. Aeroframe bulkheads are from down here somewhere. So they were the first ones. First, I started doing beryllium things along here first because I wanted to do spaceship parts, so I need 10 of them. These are being taken away as fast as they're being used, as fast as they're being made. Oh, there's some on the belt there. How many was that? 7, 9, 10. No, I will not invis you. I've decided that I want to start 0.6 as soon as reasonably possible, but I also don't want to abandon this playthrough just randomly, and I certainly don't want to upgrade. So I'm going to do the Spaceship Victory in 0.5, and then I shall work towards the Indiana Jones ending in K2SE 0.6. So yeah, a bit at a time, and that bit at a later time, much later. I'm aware, but you know. Right. Naquium tesseracts was known. So down here, got a few of them, I think. We haven't got a few of them. We've used them all. Right. Somewhere, it's going to be a train station full of them. There it is over there. How many of those did I need? Nexus. 20 Naquium tesseracts and a Naquium processor. Are you the one? No, where's the one that takes Naquium processors? It is this one, but it doesn't have any. That's more than I needed, but never mind. And then from... where are they? Where are the tesseracts? So these ones? Yes. Hang on, that wasn't 20. That's 20. Right, now I can... That's not a Nexus. Yeah, it's not a Nexus. This, my friends, is a Nexus. Boop. Right. Good. For certain limited values of good. It's archaeology. How many famous archaeologists do you know of? If you can suggest a more famous archaeologist than Indiana Jones, I shall be very impressed. I mean, maybe you could look at it as a Stargate ending or something like that. I don't know. I only know a little bit about. I don't know everything about this ending yet. I haven't. So for sort of spoiler reasons, I've not really looked into it. So I just have a vague idea of what it's all about. Let's finish that off since I can. There we go. These are obviously all being brought out as required. This. I'm going to need a load of the bring me some of that, and then I can turn that into the longer ones that I need. Well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to hate myself for saying this, but why don't I actually make this symmetrical? So let's cut all of this. No, wait. Oh yeah, there will be room. I have to remove that pipe and that pipe. Cut all of this. Move it a whole square inwards like that. Except that one. No, don't cut that one. Oh, too slow. Right, yes, because we're using this across the top and therefore the bottom now. Or at least something like that. Doing something different anyway. I think it might have to be this. There we go. I'm not being brought the heat what's name pipe that I need because I'm in a logistics build area, but not a logistics bring you stuff you want area. So I'll move over here and get that from the bots. Another one of those goes in there, but these could be slightly further in as well. So I'm going to run pipes along the top and bottom of these. Oh no! Don't leave the logistics area. Switch over to this view. Not that these particularly need to be tucked in, but you know. Because it's the other bits that are the awkward part. Pipe all the way down here. So that's water. This is water. This is steam. So that goes. This all needs tidying up. There's a lot of tidying up required in this build, I feel. So we'll get to that in a minute once I've been brought the heat pipes I need. Have I been brought the heat pipes? I've been brought the heat pipes. Excellent. No. Yes. Right, that's better. Let's at least link those up. I'm going to want to do the same. What's this? This is super hot, superheated steam. So this needs to come across here. Now, the sevens don't. Oh, yes, they do. Sevens do have a join in the middle. So I can do a 7, a 3, a 7, and whatever on the other end. Like that, and I suppose that. I need some of the medium long heat pipes. Like 6 of them, I think. So we'll get those built and put down. Yeah. That's okay. So that's all the heat pipes linked up. The fluids, definitely not, because we've got water around there. We need water up here as well, like that and like that. So they are all linked up to the water, well, to each other now for water. They're not linked up to the water supply yet, but this is an important first step. So under here, like that, and these are not at the same height. What's going on? Have I just failed at something? Oh, it's because I moved this one down and I haven't moved the other one down. Right, okay, that's fine. I can go there, use that, and then that. Pipe. At least draw the pipes in for now, even if I'm going to tidy them up later. Okay, so we've got water circulating between those as is required. This one is going to have to send the water outwards because there's nowhere useful to bring it into. So we'll take it from there out to this pipe here. that. And the same on the other side, of course. Like that. Down here, we've got water that needs to be... So these now have... Yeah, that's all of... So that's now all of these sort of linked together. We just need to link this, and then have a bit of water buffer somewhere. Probably quite a lot of water buffer scattered around. Yeah, we'll see. So now, oh, and these outer ones need to be linked into the system as well. So basically, this pipe needs to come up round through here and join onto that, and then go under here. I'm a little bit proof of concepting it at the moment, so just making sure everything is joined together that should be, which is part of the reason it's quite so horrifically ugly. That's going to be a problem. I'll have to use some long pipes in there, so that could be a 5. And then this can come across to here and be another 5? No. A 3? Yeah, so I put it... No. I hate pipes. I can't put this anywhere. Fine, get rid of that. Do it the easy way. As previously stated, I already have far more of these tanks than I expect to need. Right, that's... I don't know why these have stopped being made, but I'll go and investigate that in a bit. Oh, I don't... Oh, hang on, I don't need all of the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 4... So I do need all of these. So if I took out 2 of these, it wouldn't actually really help very much. So I think I might just leave all of these in. The correct answer, in inverted commas, would probably be to have 6 of them with the 5 down each side, 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. That would fit in quite neatly, actually. They'd almost fit inside each other. Yeah, if I was doing this again, and I know technically I am doing it for the first time, but you know what I mean, I'd probably do, yeah, have 6 of these with the 5, 5, and then 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. So, never mind. I need to put in a nexus somewhere. Can't put it in down here, there isn't room. Probably put it there or something like that. Probably put the nexus on one side and the space and the thing on the other, and then defences across the top as well. I'll need some sort of hat shape to give me a bit of streamlining and some defences and stuff. But for now, let's build a wall all the way around the front of it. It's a ridiculous shape, I know, but it'll at least look vaguely... It'll at least be able to fly to somewhere where I've got a bit more room above. Although I did say I don't care about pulling all of this up, didn't I? Although actually I do care a little bit. Let's get some water tanks in here as well, so we can store a bit of water. And I guess... I don't know, I was going to say go for a test flight, but it's not like I can do much with it at the moment. But we'll put in a spaceship thing anyway. What do you call it? A spaceship console anyway, because why not? I suppose I should probably put in a door, which I'm not very good at, but I think I had some doors in my inventory. Look, oh, there's a door. There we go. Yeah, I think so. That's part of the reason for putting the putting the console in is to find out just how bad the stress is at this point. Now that's why I'm doing... I was going to say this is why I'm doing this, but I don't seem to actually be doing that. What's failed? Which science do I not have any of? This one. Is that... Material 4. I don't have any material 4. Why do I not have material 4? Because I don't... Probably because I don't have... Apparently because of the words. I do have material... What? Have I stuffed up? Oh! I've got too many blank data cards. That's a weird problem to be having. Huh. Okay. Is this Why? What's happened? What is going on here? So we've got 14,000 of them. No, we've got a total up to 14,000, and we call a train when there's 20,000. Oh, because we've got what? They should have called it. How has this ever worked if it doesn't work now? Provide stack threshold 20. We've got way more than 20 stacks here. Oh, I bet the other end isn't requesting them because we've got too many of them being trying to be processed. What's going on here? Okay, that's fine. Nope, not you. Well, yes, you. So you've got minus 1,000 in your request. Not sure about that. Thank you. Yes, the science setup is big and ridiculous, but there's a lot of different sciences. There's 27 different science packs to do, so you need to do something. And I fancy doing a sushi belt because I've never really done a sushi belt, so it seemed interesting. Put that there. Oh dear, this is a big ship. One there, one there. I guess one there, and one there. Then we cover the entire ship. Right. How do you feel? Hull stress is 3,100. Okay, so yeah, I think it might well be impossible to do a Victory spaceship without Factory Spaceship 5 because oh no, 3,000. Oh, this was 3,466. Might need Factory Spaceship 6. Is there a Factory Spaceship 6? Oh, it goes on to infinity. Okay. Okay. I'm going to need at least. Well, I don't think I'm going to be able to make this into a ship capable of doing that sort of speed and having everything in another 34 hull stresses. Because we're going to need water storage. We're going to need a bit of pointiness on the front of it, so it'll go a little bit faster. Yeah. Unless maybe if I made it sort of bumpy like this, it would count as streamlined. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Oh, right. So if I feel, okay. So I've got if I do this next one, I've got another 400 to play with. So maybe it'll be okay. Maybe we shall see. I suppose. Yes. Which will be interesting. Well, I can get some water in from here. I need to wait for these to finish building. What's taking so long? It's presumably it's just all of the bits and pieces that need to go. We've run out of. Bet it's the superconductor. Yes, the superconducting cables. We need a lot more superconducting cables to do that. Okay, well we'll just leave that running then for a bit while we think about all of the other science we want to do. Yeah. So what was I saying? There was. I had worked out why we didn't have any material science 4 happening, hadn't I? It was something ridiculous. No, had I? Oh yes, it was because we had too many of the too many blank data cards waiting to go off for recycling. So that's this one. Is the other end actually doing some recycling at the moment? Basically, is it that and this is going out basically as fast as the system can. These probably could run a bit quicker, to be fair, but it's fairly close to flat out. Let's go and put some more speed modules in those supercomputers. Where's the door? Oh yeah, the door's over on the other side. Let's make a new door. There we go. Right. So yes, the data card formatting is going too slowly, which isn't really well. I don't know. It hasn't been a problem until all of a sudden now, basically. So let's come up here and make this go a bit faster. So are you guys full of modules? Yes, you are. But I can give you better modules, and then you'd be more full of modules. And I can give you 6s. And I can give you 6s, and 6s and 8s all the way through. Now these should run a lot faster. Yeah, these are running constantly, so that's all right. Do we have a power? Oh, we have a power problem now as well. Where's the power generation for this area? Where is the power generation area for this? generation for this area. Oh, here. I assume. Yes. Okay. Well, that's easily enough fixed. We just come along here. We do this. Thump. We do this. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Actually, let's just do this. There we go. Do you think we've got enough power now? Yes, we only just, but yes, we have. Wow, that took more of a fix than I expected. Hey, not PGW. Why are you not PGW today? Are you being weird, Paul? I mean, if so, that's fine. It's fairly on brand. It's sort of perfectly acceptable. I have no problem with you being weird, but I'm just also curious as to why you're denying yourself. Right. Okay. So that's now possibly been a bit over. That was, I suspect, not the problem here. Maybe I should. The processing here was not the problem. We've got through basically all of. Oh no! Oh no, we haven't. There's still quite a lot left. But yeah, we're asking for another train load already. That's good. Has that been enough to give this the proverbial kick it needs to actually start running? No, but there is a train on its way in, which is a good start. I'm going to close the window because there seems to be some bugs getting in. Window. There we go. I opened it wide because it was ridiculously hot, as I'm sure you're all. I'm sure everybody's noticed. Everyone in the UK has certainly noticed. No, you're not. You're not allowed to be bored. You're watching my stream. My streams are very exciting. Come on, train. Maybe I need another turny roundy point, but here it goes. That's hopefully the one. Yeah, I'm quite impressed that this filled up with data cards that need formatting to the extent that the whole thing ground to a halt. That's a bit of a worry, but also quite impressive that I've been using quite so much of them. But there we go. Now it will start to flow again a little bit. It's using all the ones up. I've not joined the belts very nicely there because up until, well, just now, in fact, having this sort of lazy merge hasn't been a problem. But it seems like now, well, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, this side's emptying. This one's got a long way to. Oh no, this one's nearly empty as well, and then it'll start to. Okay, so as long as we can empty these belts now, I'm going to feel slightly less upset about the amount of data cards we've got. But yeah, it's a lot of data cards waiting for reformatting. No wonder I've been so short of them for all this time. Yeah, there we go. That's going to let the science get started again. We're just dragging all of these out of every machine around the entire science facility. It's been trying to get rid of them for so long. There's the load coming down here, some coming in from the side here. This should have got the material science running, material 4 running again. It still hasn't. What? This is still not running. What does this interrupt? Oh, I see. It can't unload any of these until all of these have gone through, and won't get all of these through. These are all going through rather slow. Grief. That is an astonishing quantity of these data cards. Are we calling for another train yet? No, we're not. Why not? Why are we not calling for another train? This is filled up again already. Okay, because the train is still unloading at this end. Now that can clear off. Hopefully that'll mean we'll immediately get another one be summoned. Actually, what are these? How full are these? Half full. Okay, let's make that a significantly more negative number. Because I reckon I can fit twice as many in there. So let's do 4,000 there, and hopefully that will immediately, well, nearly immediately summon another train. This is a weird weird overflow to have had. Just hopefully these supercomputers here, with their running at 30 to 32 times speed, will be enough. Yeah, there we go. There's another blue, another yellow light, and hopefully that's up, down, in, out. Here, yes, another train. There's another train coming here. So that first one did a good job of taking quite a lot away. It took 40 stacks away. Of course it did. but I don't know how much. Probably I don't know how much of a dent we've just made in that by taking all those away, and whether it's going to be enough. So I'm going to need to keep a little bit of an eye on this, I think, until things calm down, until this all starts working again. It's that material one especially, because that's the last one on the chain to be able to get rid of its stuff. So here we go. We can dump another 40 stacks of the 40 stacks into here, like this. Nice and quick. Oh, we've got a few of the broken ones in there. Never mind. The train goes, and so this is flowing again. Once again, we've managed to empty the ones coming from the blue science area, because there's only one science area feeding in on this side, but all of the other science areas are feeding in up here. So this is a lot worse, and most of them seem to be trying to feed onto the right-hand side of the belt, which is again not particularly great design, but yeah, it seems to be how the system works. So yes, we just need to clean all of this out. Yeah, still all of this to go. I think we're going to need another train load before this is ready to ship out. I've not really looked into bits. I mean, I know it's a thing you can do to have a what's the term? What's the thing I'm looking for? It's a way of sort of people to donate stuff and put in donations and things. Yeah. I haven't. It's not something I've really properly looked into yet. I'm still sort of fairly new to Twitch, and I'm not taking the not taking all of that quite so seriously. Isn't quite the right word I'm looking for, but yeah, I mean, the hard part actually is thinking up lots and lots of ideas of things that people might actually want to cheer for and offer stuff. That's the bit that I haven't really done yet. These are coming in fast and they're going out. I need more of these supercomputers. Do I have any supercomputers of any sort? Of course I don't. That'd be far too useful. Let's increase this a bit. Yeah, so I need ideas of things to offer as rewards or as sort of amusing little things, and I haven't really put enough thought into it. And I know it's a thing I should probably do, but I haven't yet. Let's have some more unloading going on here, I think. Not every stream has to be a drinking stream, Paul. And I suspect that the games I play are possibly hard enough that well, that adding in drinking as well might be just a bit too much, should we say? Right. Okay. So we need to. Also, I'd need to then have then I'd need to also have a face cam, which is not something I've done yet. Not through any sort of real shyness or anything like that, but basically just because it's not a thing I've done. Okay, take the broken data cards out. No, they're going to be in here, aren't they? Broken data cards out to the right. That. Then we can take them up here and go straight under there like that. Here, pull that one out, and that, and that in there, and remove that for a moment. Spaghetti time! Everyone's favourite time. Actually, let's move all of this away a little further, because then I can put that in there, and just link that straight in there. Yeah, that'll work. This one should also be broken data cards off to the left. That's fine. You actually go up there. So get rid of that. That goes around there. Why are those there? They shouldn't be there. Send those off to be recycled. Right, okay, that should now at least... yeah, so next time a train comes in, we'll at least have a nice flow on both sides. Now I need some more reasonably good... what do we call it? Some more supercomputers to put in there and fill the gaps in so I can format those cards quicker. I can't believe I've got to that stage. Yeah, I mean... I could possibly turn GTA Manhunt into a drinking game, but I suspect then I'd do even worse than I do already. What other supercomputers have I got? Have I got any tier 2s? Yeah, okay, that's will do. I suspect then I'd probably do even worse than I do at the moment, and that'd be fairly dreadful. Or we'd need to change the rules as well. The problem is, I'd say we could make the hunters drink as well for various things, but half the hunters don't drink, so they probably wouldn't appreciate being told that they have to. Which, I mean, is fair enough, really, but it means it doesn't really work for that sort of idea. Now, can I do the same formatting recipe with the previous tier of super computers? I think I can't, which means I'm going to need to go up. No, you can't. Okay. Yeah, kind of. It's a big space station, certainly. And yes, it works quite. And it's there are some various interstellar weapons you can use, a sort of massive laser thing. But most of the time, I tend to be a little bit more peaceful than that. Where's the train with all these memory cards? I usually do, but I don't drink very much during manhunt sessions. So I'll probably have I'll have a pint at some point during the evening, and maybe a second one if I feel like it, or if the evening's going particularly well or particularly badly. But I don't drink much more than that. I certainly don't start doing shots. That sounds like a terrible, terrible idea. I mean, I'm sure they say don't drink and drive for a reason. How is there such... What? Just... No, there's too... yeah. Far too many... Far too many... There we go. They're all linked together now. Far too many data cards in the system, and they're just not flowing through fast enough. I can now at least make that minus 8,000, and we'll bring a few more over. They're in the Discord, Paul. You can find plenty of instructions in there, and if you can't find them, look in the pinned message. It's probably all in there. And if you can't find it from that, then just ask in there, and I'm sure somebody will point you in the right direction. But off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly what the instructions are. Basically, it's install 5M, and then you're probably fine. You'd struggle to join in a game without Discord because you wouldn't actually be able to talk to anyone, so you'd just be driving around the city all by yourself without a clue of what you're doing. So, I mean, that might be fairly standard, but it wouldn't be particularly productive as far as catching the prey goes. Hooray! More junk. Well, the good news is now that we've started using 5M, you actually get a map on the screen as well. So you don't have to just you don't have to know your way around the city quite as much as you used to have to. So it's quite a lot easier now than it used to be. You still have to have a bit of an idea of where different places are in relation to each other. So if someone says, "Oh, he's going past Arcadius," it helps to know where that is. But it's not quite as necessary as before. I'm very tempted to put this up to 2. And this is gonna go badly, but I'm gonna do it anyway. In fact, I'm gonna do it for the other one as well because I need to get these data cards out of there so it can start silencing again properly. I'm gonna regret this, but for now I'm gonna set these to a max trains of 2, just to try and pull. There's so many data cards in here. And actually, well, the train has just been, so I was gonna say, so there's a bit of space in there, but there isn't a bit of space in there. This is crazy. Well, no. Actually, that's not quite true. We have a rule that we use quite a lot, where the hunters are allowed to use any vehicle that they've seen the prey using. So, or any vehicle class you've seen the prey using. So, if you ever see the prey driving a supercar, then yes, you'd be allowed to use an Infernus. But until then, no. Oh, this is getting better. This line is getting shorter, so we're getting a little bit. Yeah, I might have got that idea from there. Shh, don't tell anyone. Shh. We've got enough unique ideas of our own though. Like the current one, we have a system where the prey is followed around 400 meters behind by a little blip that appears on the hunter's maps. So they always know where he was 400 meters ago, and they have to then guess based on that, or try and track him down based on that, which is interesting and is different and melts my brain in all kinds of strange and unusual ways. So yeah, that's generally a fan of that one. But yeah, things have changed quite a lot since you last played. Bikes only... I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, again, it's something I could do. I could do a bikes run by obviously just using bikes. I need more of these. I need more of these tier 3 supercomputers. That would be obviously entirely up to me. And then if the hunters see me using a bike, then they're allowed to use bikes as well. Yeah, bikes could be interesting. We had a I was going to say we had a minis only run. It wasn't actually a minis only run. It was the hunters were all in minis. That was interesting, quite entertaining as well because they looked ridiculous when there were about 4 or 5 of them chasing me. Yeah, I mean, I think yes. If you don't put the hunters on bikes as well, then the prey is extremely vulnerable. If they're on a bike, so you don't really. It's something that you can use sort of briefly to try and. No, don't get the other ones. It's something you can use briefly to try and get away from a chase or try and throw them off. But you don't want a protracted chase on a bike because you will come a cropper. I'll get a corner wrong and wipe out and then get run over, or a hunter will knock me off or something like that. I was wondering how intentional it was because, yeah, whether I guess it's one of those things where somebody uses a mini, somebody else uses a mini, and then somebody else notices that they're both using minis and goes, "Oh, that's a good idea," and then somebody else goes, "Oh, we're doing a mini run," and then eventually you end up with everybody driving minis because it's funny. Actually, I think it was everybody in minis except Pete who was driving some sort of chunky Range Rover type thing. I think they do. I think you have to go out of the city to find quad bikes. I think there's lots of them sort of up in the should we say the more rural areas of the city. So yeah, you can find them up there. But we don't tend to play in those areas. However, if you wanted to nip off for a little while to get one and then come back to join in again, then I mean you could. It would. I'm not convinced it'd be a particularly great strategy, but it's certainly a thing you could do. We've had Max has a habit of going off and picking up random weird vehicles every so often, which, to be honest, tends to be quite a good thing from my point of view because he's a bit better at driving than I am. So if he's gone off and got something stupid, then it's probably going to give him a bit of a disadvantage. And also, if he spent a load of time going off trying to get something stupid, then again it gives me some time when he's not chasing me. So it's kind of useful. God, these robots are noisy. If I zoom out, does that make it a bit better? It does. So I did notice while I was doing that while I was going around looking at all these things, that whilst this is improving here, we're also running out of significant data here. So I'm wondering whether, again, this needs some sort of boost. But I also noticed we've run out of green insights coming in. So that's another thing I need to... Basically, everything's just breaking, and I don't know why for most of this. Oh, this is still on tier 2 of the insight production. So let's go and upgrade that, because that's an easy thing to do. This one's on tier 3. I haven't upgraded them to tier 4, because that changes what it needs. So instead of outputting data cards, it then needs to input data cards, and I don't have an easy way to do that. So I'm not going to switch that over to tier 4, but I can bump that up to tier 3 at least, and maybe put some speed modules in over there. Oh yeah, dodgy DRM stuff. Yeah. All of that does annoy me quite a bit, I have to admit. These are the Rockstar Social Club and the similar sort of things. But to be honest, I mean, it's going in my toy operating system, so it's not like it seriously matters. There's nothing. Literally the only thing I use Windows for is playing 5M. Everything else I can do in Linux, including playing GTA 5. I can play GTA 5 in Linux absolutely fine, but I can't play 5M. That is literally the only thing. Ah, that's a big brush. Let's make that a bit smaller. Like so. And another one. Like that. What kind of stupid blueprint is this? There we go, I suppose. Actually, I've just noticed I should take... No, not that. I should take these out of these and put them in here instead, because then they'll affect all of the supercomputers, and then just put whatever I've got into here. 3s apparently. Okay, well they're doing their best, and I think that should be a little bit faster than it was before. Are these all? No, we've run out of coolant now. Always the way. Oh, and it's still these hypercoolers. I just don't have enough of these. So I've just been speed modulating them, which is, I mean, it is a way of making them faster, but it's not quite. I don't. Am I not making hypercoolers on the? I think I'm not making hypercoolers on the bus because do they require something silly? And I just got lazy and never got around to making it. Yeah, it's the tanks and the pumps are a bit of a faff. They're just not on the yeah. Well, basically all of the ingredients. We've got big. I think okay, big electric motors and low density structures are on that space bus thing, but pipes possibly, storage tanks and pumps I don't think are. So it's just a bit of a pain in the wasp neck to make. Yeah, GTA 5 has always been about 100 gig. I remember the first time I installed it, I was having internet problems at the time, and it took something like 10 hours to download and install the game. It was ridiculous. So yeah, just be glad it's not that doesn't take that long to download. There we go. I've got enough power now. No, still not. Why is that there? Oh, it's there to link to that. Okay. Let's continue out sideways, but also up a bit like that. But the good news is if you what bitrate are you listening to 90s music at? If you hang on, if you can download the game in 30 minutes, then I think you've probably got enough bandwidth to do both at the same time. And the good news is you've got until you can throttle it a little bit if you want, because you've got until Sunday evening before you need to have it in order to join in with us. That must be enough power now, surely. Yes, but not by quite as much as you'd think from the number of panels I've just put down. Jeez. I forget just how power hungry speed modules make things. Are these still struggling? Okay, I need to make some more hypercoolers, and I'm probably gonna have to do this manually by hand. So let's go and get some low density structures and some engines and big electric motors and too much stuff in the way. Fly around it all. There we go. Okay, so down here somewhere I can get low density structures out of a rocket pad somewhere. Is it this one? Yes, it is. And I can get big electric motors out of somewhere over here. There's a big thing of these that holds them because they come up from the ground, I think. Brought up from Norvis is what I actually mean by that. Yes, here. So let's make a load of hypercoolers. What do I still not have? What do I still not have? I can't. Cannot be crafted by hand. Oh, for goodness sake. Fine. So. Okay, so I am still making hypercoolers here. That's quite interesting. But apparently not bringing in. That's not a blue. That is a blue chest. Oh, it's because that's not a red warehouse. Right, gotcha. So I need to upgrade to. So I need red circuits and green circuits. Let's go and get those. Red circuit. Oh, no, copper. Still don't really have very many red circuits. Or green circuits are okay, but I don't have very many red circuits. So let's make 5 passive provider warehouses, and then we can just chuck them all in storage, and they'll be there when I need them later. Right. So if you've got 900 meg broadband, I don't think you get to complain about the speed if you're about downloading 100 gig. Oh dear. Right, so oh yeah, it's down here I was building the hypercoolers. Right, so that's just going to kick all of everything into working again. So now, was I waiting for some hypercoolers? Yes, I've got 12 of them. Right, let's go and fix that problem I was trying to fix before I got yak shaved. Back up here. Let's go and start formatting cards a bit quicker, because that's apparently what that's what this episode is all about. In fact, you know what? Let's just copy. This bit down here is going to be easy enough. Let's make a copy. Yeah, let's make a copy of that. Put it there and there, and then copy this to there. Now I have tripled this and only doubled this, so I should probably put some more in as well. So far too big a brush. Close enough. Triple that as well. There we go. That's all linked in. This is now okay. So this is the warm. We need to get rid of it. So now I need to do some underground pipes and go bump, 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 bump. And then up here. Okay, we'll just pipe it straight into that. That's fine. Right, that should now be enough to start for this to start actually going upwards. Yes, there we go. Now it's using more power down here. Now this is actually the amount in this pipe is trying to increase. Not doing a very good job of it, but now all of these supercomputers are running nice and quickly. Oh yes, and thank you, Paul, for all your generosity on the channel. There's wow, there's lots in there, all kinds of bits and cheering and stuff. And thanks to Mark for the subscription as well. I apologise for not noticing this slightly sooner. And yes, I seem to have been covered in bits by Paul, which sounds absolutely disgusting. But yeah, yeah, I don't know what I'll spend them on, but I'm sure I'll appreciate them. Find something very useful after these. Very useful way to something very useful to do with them. I don't know, but thank you. I appreciate the bitage. Right, so I'd forgotten to put in the inserters over here, so this wasn't unloading properly, but now it's coming out about twice as quick, so that's a bit better. We are all putting it all onto the same side of the belt, which, to be fair, doesn't actually matter because I'm not using it up faster than a belt's worth on the way through here. However, this output belt is now more than half full, which is quite impressive. Oh no, it's not quite, but I think it's about time I did a side switcher like this. And put in a power pole as well for that one, there we go. Just to get that on both sides. Now I know that's going to interrupt what's coming around here a bit, but I think there's going to be enough room for that it's going to be alright. Okay, now I notice this still has a yellow light on it, so we haven't managed to clear out all of the data cards yet, but how is that getting on? Okay, so these are starting to flow again, which is nice. Well, no, they are flowing, which is actually completely unchanged. Where is it? Here it is. No, we are still in the process of clearing it all out. If we look up here, oh, okay. Now we are actually finally starting to clear out all of the dead data cards from the mechanical material science. So I'm not sure I want you. Yeah, I'm not sure I want your bits on me, but you know, I'll. I don't know. But yes, if anyone has any good suggestions for things I could, for sort of, you know, the little rewards things that streamers have for people to spend bits, Twitch bits and other random nonsense on, then I'm intrigued to hear, because I do want to sort of generally expand the interactivity of the channel, I guess is possibly the best way to put it. And this is running, and we've got the tier 4 data cards, data packs coming out now. Oh, okay. So this is dropping rapidly. The amount of duff data cards on this side of the belt is dropping rapidly. So it'll now get to here, and we can start to empty this side of the belt as well. Jeez, this is a slow process, pulling all of this stuff out. I mean, I think now it's going to be able to keep up in the future. It's just that we've got this massive backlog of these junk data cards that we're just trying to pull through, and so eventually we'll clean it all out, and then things will start to work. But at the moment, it's just horrible. So what's coming out? Where are the data cards coming out? Oh, they're coming out here, and oh, these ones are being added on by a splitter. So these ones are actually being brought in by preference. So that's why this one hasn't stopped. It's just been the material science. So the goal for this session, well, it's to sort of try and move on with the it's to try and make some progression. So what I have done this session is I've done the Starship Victory research. That's this one. So that required me to get the Deep Space Science Pack 4 up and running, and then have 10,000 research with them. So that was a big deal. But I've got that done now. So so the second part of it was to build my Victory ship, which is currently gradually taking shape down here. Excuse the rather ugly shape of it. That was there just so I could, because I wanted to slap a wall around it to find out how big it was, and it turns out already too big for what I'm able to build. So in order to try and fix that and try and make a ship that's going to be capable of getting the victory condition, I'm now doing Factory Spaceship 5, which requires another 16,000 deep space science for material 4, energy 4, and astro 4. So that's also a lot, which is why I'm currently out here trying desperately to get the science production up and running properly again. And yeah, okay, here's another trainload of data cards, because currently these data cards seem to be the bottleneck. They were jamming up all of the science production. So I've come in here, I've improved the speed I can deal with data cards at. I've improved the just generally got it so it can reformat the data cards a bit more quickly, and there's a bit more drop-off space here, so we can empty the trains a little bit faster. I've also cheated slightly and set the train limit to 2 on each of these, and I haven't actually regretted it yet because the trains are coming through quickly enough, but that means you can get another one in here loading up again already, even though technically it doesn't have anywhere to go to. So that's made a big difference to the amount of data cards I can get through to be reformatted, which is allowing the science to start happening again. So I'm aware I have also noticed that there's a massive shortage of the significant data coming out of here. So now my next mission, should I choose to accept it, and I pretty much have to, is to head back over to the science area and upgrade the biological science insight production, because where am I? I'm here. Right. Yeah, upgrade the switch over the biological. Where is it? It's around here somewhere. Here, down here, this one. Because yeah, we don't have enough biological insights coming through here, as you can see by the fact that there's this gap of where all the green ones should be, and they're just coming in and they're getting immediately swallowed up like that. And I think the reason this is failing is because up here we're still using recipe 2. So if I take this and I tell it to use recipe 3. Yes, recipe 3, all the way across. I end up picking up a load of stuff I don't want, but I can put that back in there like that. Hopefully that was all of it. And now we can start making that means we now start producing more insights for each time this runs, and it'll help us catch up a little bit. I'm also going to put some speed modules in these, but only one in each one, because I think it should be now just as fast as all the others. It just needs some time to catch up, and that'll help it with the catch up. Because yeah, down here these are all tier 3. Oh, actually, no, I take it back. They're all struggling. It's just the biological one exhibited the problem first. So the problem is now that we are using up the insights faster than we're producing them. So I think that means I need to come in here and upgrade all of these supercomputers, perhaps to the tier 3s. Yeah, I can turn off the LTN notifications. But yeah, as Tristan says, I shouldn't really be ignoring them. I just am, because they've been going for so long that I've got fed up with it. Effects and control panel. I can turn the game volume down if you want, but I can't turn down one particular sound effect from the game and leave the rest of it at its standard volume. Well, in theory, when this happens, I go, okay, I've run out of naquium, apparently. Great, I've run out of naquium. I thought I had plenty of that, but apparently not. I've now managed to run through it. Yeah, I've only got 200 of it here. So I know that I need to produce some more naquium, and then I've got all these things. So in theory, each time one of these pops up, I should go, oh, why is that happening? And I should go off and fix the problem that's happening. But I'm not that on top of it. Oops. So yeah, that's why I haven't. But yeah, I suppose that means, can you mute them and still have them pop up? Because I do in theory want them to pop up, but LTN I can turn the messages down, but I don't think I can get rid of the bilbalonk noise. Oh, maybe they do. Alerts. Oh yeah, all right. Let's turn that down to 20%. Good thinking. Give that a shot. See what happens. Right, so yes, I think I need to come along here and upgrade all of these computers. Now, I did have some 2s. Yeah, 3. No, wait, not these computers. All of these computers need to be upgraded to make them faster. Or speed modules, which might be cheaper. But I only have 6 left. I could go and get some more. Yeah, let's go out and upgrade. Let's go through and upgrade all of these to tier 2 supercomputers. So these have a crafting speed of 1. These are crafting speed of 7.2 because they're moduled. I don't know. Let's go and get some tier 2 supercomputers because those are cheap. Oh, did another one happen? I didn't even notice it. That's how bad it is. I'll have another look in a second. First, I want to see if I can get some more Riddler data in order to make the some more tier 3 supercomputers, because they are better than the tier 2s, and this stuff isn't too unaffordable. Just keeps the system running through. I think my biological science system might be spending most of its output on producing supercomputers for me. Right, settings. What other sounds are there? Music, game effects. That sounds like just normal sound effects. Turn GUI environment sounds missing. No, I don't think any of. I mean, let's turn GUI effects down as well. See if it's that. That's quieter already, noticeably so. But let's wait for another LTN alert. Because yeah, they are. Oh yeah, that was much quieter. Okay, there we go. I fixed it, kind of. Right. So let's go and get basically lots and lots of the other tiers of supercomputers, and then try and sort of spread them out reasonably evenly. I've just flown straight past all of my factory, haven't I? Yeah, those are much quieter now. Oh no, I hadn't actually overshot. My factory is about as big as I thought it was. It's kind of huge, I know. But right, so oh, that's me flying into spaceships again. Don't do that. He says immediately doing it again. No trains. Have I got a train jam? No, it's just they're all busy. Okay, apparently I need to add some more. I need to increase my depot size. No, not that much. That much. With tiles and train stop names and blueprint. Blueprint it. There. Might need to do this as well. I'll head over there. As I go past next time, I'll build that up as well. I'm going to need to build more trains to go with that depot, of course. I think I've got the bits for. I haven't got the locomotives. Bring me some locomotives, LTN. No, LTN. Bots. Wherever you are. So 5 will do for now. And let's get rid of some of those wagons. I don't need that many. Apparently, I do need that many. Where's the setting for that? Oh, there it is. 10 seems like enough wagons for anybody. Right, computer. Where are the computers? They're around here. Oh, there they are. Right, so put that in. That goes in there. This then I should straight in here, but you know, fine. This builds up the builds the supercomputer 3s for me. I can then, but only 2. Oh no, actually we're waiting for the process. We're waiting for blue circuit. Blue circuit. These things are always a problem. How many green computers have I got? 4. Okay, that's 1 of each, and let's take those as well. So that'll allow me to do a little bit of an upgrade. So that'll sort that out. It's not going to fix it, but it'll sort it out a little bit. That's a lot of bit. I have no idea how many bits you've just given me, Paul, but it does seem like a lot. So thank you for your generosity. Yes, as you say, I should probably try and think of some sort of project to spend those on. Now, I do have some plans for this weekend. I'm probably not going to do it as a stream because I don't think it'll work particularly well for that. But I do have a plan of something I want to build over the weekend. So it will, if I have time for it, which is not a certainty. Life is ridiculously full at the moment. But if so, then I'll try and get that done. Yeah, find out what they cost. Okay, so where are my computers? There's that one. Put that there, and give it some more speed modules because you know it might as well, because it can. And then I want to put in a tier 2 in here as well because I've got it. And again, speed modules, the wazoo. Just speed that up a bit. Yeah, those are going much faster now. And we do the same up here. This is going to be really annoying to do because I'm doing. You can't just drag along and say, yeah, do all of these. Can do that though. I don't know why I'm speed moduling these but not those, but I don't think it really matters. Right up here. Probably because I don't have enough speed modules, so I'm putting them in where they'll do the most good. And if I'm still short, then I can always come back and put more in later. It's 3, and then finally the biological one, the one that was short of and started all of this off in the first place. No, in a word. I don't know if you remember, but I didn't actually like 7 Days to Die, so I'm not going to start streaming that. Games do have to be ones I actually like for me to add them to my stream rotation, which is kind of why Minecraft is going to be dropping off the bottom fairly soon, because I'm not enjoying it enough to want to continue with it, so it's going to be replaced probably with Dyson Sphere Program. I'm not short of things that I want to add to my streams at the moment. At the moment I've got the last spaceship that I'm playing as and when I can fit it in, and as and when there are actual updates for it. There's Dyson Sphere Program that's going to fit in when I finish this. There's going to be Factorio K2 SE with the new version of SE starting basically when I finish this and when I'm back from holiday. There's the GTA stuff, of course, and I think maybe little bits of Minecraft as and when I sort of stick my head in to see what everyone else has been up to. So yeah, I don't think I've got any more. I basically don't have time for anything else. Yeah, Space Engineers was quite good fun. There was a couple. The main problem with it, I think, was that it was Windows only. Now apparently I'm not quite as strict about only playing Linux games as I used to be, given that I've been playing 5M. Yeah. So far we've been self-hosting everything and it's been kind of okay. I think I remember Space Engineers not really working with that. That said, we did discover that there were quite a lot of public servers available that you could go in and just sort of mess around in the corner of. So yeah, it's interesting. I think it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of sort of effort isn't quite the right word, but a lot of sort of a lot of time and effort to get to any sort of interesting points. But it could be a possibility. But yeah, there were some public servers that seemed to be alright, and they were reasonably fast and reasonably powerful. But I feel a little bit guilty about going off and using somebody else's server sometimes. At least Factorio and GTA and 5M you can self-host, and it just works. So those are okay. And Minecraft to an extent, we're self-hosting Minecraft, and that so far hasn't broken. So actually I say it hasn't broken. It's got very, very laggy. So I think we're getting to about the limit of what either Tristan's computer or Tristan's internet can cope with. Hey Dragon, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. How are things going? I think things are going. I think right. We've cleared out all of the backlog now. We've got these machines all running at a bit more speed, producing the data cards. We've got. Don't do that. Naughty game. We've got not enough power. So half this stream has been taken up by me going, oh, I've run out of power, I better add some more. Oh, no wonder there's hardly any power down here. Let's increase this a little bit. My idea of what constitutes a large solar array has changed rather a lot in the time I've been playing. So this was a decent size when I started, or it felt like a decent size when I started. Now, not so much. Let's have a little bit more. There we go. And another one? Yeah. And you know what? If we move that from there to there, then I can put one more in there as well. Right, have we got enough power now? Gosh, we have. I mean, I've tripled, maybe almost quadrupled the amount of power available, so I'm not surprised we've now got enough. Oh, you think it's a server? Okay, you're probably right actually, because yes, it gets laggier when we do difficult things, like when somebody goes off into a different type of place. That's when it tends to go badly. So yes, I think you're right. It probably is the computer. But I mean, I suppose your computer's not the fastest in the group, but it's not exactly a slouch either. So yeah, Minecraft is just a bit greedy with resources because it's badly written in every possible way. Right, how are we doing for science? Do we have all of the science? And we do, because the thing's spinning nicely over there, and all of these are now nicely backed up. Okay, so I think the science thing is good. Oh, on your server. Okay, that might be why then. Now, maybe I should make some more tier 8 productivity modules and get this one up and running as well, because this does seem to be quite a big research. It's taking a long time, and I have science packs coming in a bit quicker than I did before. And these are backlogged all the way. No, they haven't. The tier. Is that the tier? Okay, no, it's the tier 4s. They're still building up their backlog. So let's go and get. I don't want to start with anything less than a tier 8 productivity modules in there, because that's going to be because science packs are crazily expensive. So I'm going to go over and get some more high-end modules to put in there. Oh, my frame rate. Apparently, I have now started to reach the point where even my computer struggles with space exploration. And if I zoom in, so it's not having to do any difficult rendering, I'm getting 56 UPS, 57 UPS, which is, I mean, it's a decent number of UPS, but ooh, 240. That's about enough to go off and finish off that. No, it's not. I needed 400. Did I need 400 or did I need 200? I can't remember. But so let's see. If I want to make tier 8s, these are tier 6s, aren't they? Yes, these are tier 6s. So each tier 8 requires 3 tier 7s, requires 9 tier 6s. So, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the 50 I just grabbed out of there is almost enough, but not quite. So let's put these into here. And that will allow it to make, well, 67, 70. That's not divisible by 3. Oh well, it'll allow it to make several anyway. So I'm gonna we'll make a decent chunk of these tier 7 modules, which will allow this to make some tier 8 modules, which I can then grab and take off to add into the system up there, and yeah, just actually get science happening a bit quicker. How long do these take to make? Wow, just over 2 minute crafting time. That's a long time. Do you think it's that the server is RAM limited rather than processor limited? You might be right. I have no idea what Minecraft struggles with, but I've noticed that Minecraft seems to struggle with Dungeons & Dragons and Space Shuttles and our current base size. And I think Mike has the fastest computer out of us, so maybe we should be asking him to run it. I don't know, but he might not want to. Oh, but he might actually has the best computer, but probably the worst internet, apart from Pete. Oh, I don't know. Oh, RAM speed, interesting. To be honest, it's kind of it's going to be a little bit easier in the future, because if I'm not playing, if I'm not on the server as well, then there's going to be fewer people playing, and therefore there's going to be a little bit less load on it. So it's going to make things a little bit easier there, and also it's someone else's problem if I'm not playing. It's a slightly selfish attitude, I know, but still. Right, let's get back to thinking about the right while that runs, because I'm not hanging around waiting for those modules to build when they take 120 seconds each to make. Let's head back down and have another look at the Victory ship. Because, I mean, okay, it's not going to go anywhere until this research finishes, but I can still sort of build it and throw things together and go, yep, I think I need to make this twice as big as it already is. Firstly, let's put some water into it, because I've got a water thing right here. So I've got the water pump system and ice melter right here. So if I put in a little bit more of this, actually quite a lot more of this actually. It needs to come. Oh, I was going to say, what was that? It was one of my logistics bots falling out of the sky, as happens occasionally. Put that there. Remove that. That goes there. Then we can just chuck in a pipe across here. There we go. So now we can fill up this tanks up with water a bit. Now I don't want to make suppose I might as well fill them up completely, actually. I was going to say I don't want to fill them up completely because that always ends in bad news bears. But actually, I don't think I care. It's going to be a... okay, it's going all the way around. I'm going to be putting more tanks in at some point anyway, so I'm definitely going to need them. Let's take that one out, actually, and put it in like that. So there's one for a second there, another one there, and I'll probably squeeze in another one somewhere, maybe down. I can't put it there because it would link those two systems. I don't know. I'll be making the ship taller anyway, so there'll be room for more tanks. Yeah, I'm not planning to rent I'm not going to spend enormous amounts of money on a Minecraft server because maybe if Minecraft was the most popular of all of my streams and it was making me enormous amounts of money, then maybe I consider it. But Minecraft is the least popular of all of my streams and therefore makes basically no money, so it's not. It wouldn't be self-funding, and I don't enjoy the game enough to be prepared to pay it just for my own enjoyment. Right, so we're getting some water in. That's good. The reason I'm doing this is because once I've filled this up with water a bit, I can rip out all of this stuff up here, and then start to extend the spaceship into a big sort of pointy nose at the top here. See what sort of level of what sort of level of spaceship stress that causes, and then start to panic. I mean, see how things go. I've still not made another one of the last one of these. That's ridiculous. I mean, I know I technically don't need it, as we discussed earlier, but still, the fact that's still not there is pretty crazy. Yeah, then it's going to be a case of I need to make some antimatter fuel. So it's a bit of a shame that you can't use the same antimatter that you put in the tanks down here to power the ship up here. But c'est la vie, we'll deal with that as and when we need to. Do these chuck out empty antimatter canisters at the end, like a normal nuclear reactor does? I don't know. I guess I'll find out. And if so, I can filter them out here like that. Except no, I can't because there's a heat pipe in the way. I can filter them out here and then underground, and I can spaghetti them back out again somehow anyway, without too much difficulty. They're going to need to be fed, of course. Like that. How do you make antimatter fuel canisters? Where are they going to be in here? Or is it just that normal antimatter tanks? Oh, outputs the magnetic. Okay, that makes sense. So I'll need to grab those back out again. So we've got here we've got the antimatter cans. Oh, I am actually already making these. I think somewhere. So I could just go and grab those from where I'm already making them and chuck a few in just for sort of testing purposes. See how that goes. So yeah, okay. Let's assume they do that for now. And having a system here for getting them back out again. So at the bottom of here, I'm going to have one box that's going to have the fulls and one's going to have the empties. And for now, you know, I'm being really lazy about this because I don't expect to use this ship more than a couple of times. Oh, Matt. Hey, Matt. Welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. And yes, well done for actually catching it. I have to admit, I'm probably not going to keep going for all that much longer because it's getting a little bit late over here, and it's also getting a little bit warm because I had to close the window because insects were getting in. But I'll carry on for a little bit longer. Welcome to my partially completed victory ship. It is not yet victorious, but it is gradually growing. So now I'm going to pull out all of this stuff because it's in the way of making my victory ship even bigger. So at the moment, the victory ship is too big for its own good, but it's sort of a work in progress, should we say. So let's pick all that up. Right, there we go. So, it looks extremely blocky. I'm just going to assume you're being kind, saying it looks awesome. It needs a bit more work, but yeah, it's definitely getting there. I keep clicking on that side to select a thing when I want to, and it keeps thinking I want to craft it, and I don't want to craft it. I want to select it like that. There we go. So, a 2x2. 1, 2, up. 1, 2, up. 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 Actually, do I need to just pick up all this stuff first? I'm not sure. There we go. I've got rid of it now anyway. Right, let's try that again with less worrying about destroying other things that I do want to keep. So that there, that there, that there. So the idea is this is going to hopefully give it a slightly more pointy profile, and allow me to get decent speeds out of it. Because otherwise, if I make it as flat as my original construction was, it's not going to go anywhere at any decent speed because it's going to be too chunky, too blunt, not sufficiently streamlined. And apparently, despite this being, you know, space, that's still a thing that matters. And all right, let's put one piece on the front as a sticky outy pointy bit like that. And then I need to fill in all the space in the middle, like this. Oh no, not those two. I'm surprised that I seem to have had enough spaceship floor so far. Actually, I know it builds up to 2,000, but I had got through all of it. I'm slightly surprised that it's still able to. What's going on? Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I have it build up to 2,000 pieces of spaceship floor, but the amount of spaceship I've been building recently, I'm quite impressed that it's managed to recover all of the recover itself back up to a normal amount I like to have in storage. It's quite good. Right, and also pull up all of this. Bloop. All this is going into my inventory, which is somewhat annoying. Let's get rid of certainly we'll get rid of that and that and that, and I can get rid of those now, and these. I will eventually tidy these up back out of the general storage, but for now they're just going because I don't want them. It's a bit better. Right, so that gives me the other nice thing about this is it gives me a bit more space at the top, at the pointy end of the oh yeah, you're right, I do need a pop-up notification when I get sort of proper subs and on Twitch subs or bits and things like that. Yeah, it's something to look into, but I say it's something that's sort of a little beyond my Twitch knowledges at the moment. So it is a thing I do want to have because it's nice to thank people when they're being supportive. So yeah. You know what? Let's do it the easy way. And flip. And of course it's asymmetrical on the front there, but nothing I can do about that really. Right, so that's the front of the ship, somewhat defended. Let's put in some shields as well. So I probably want to put that in like. Ooh, there is just about room to protect the front of the ship, but only just. So I'll put one there, and then one there. And then we'll wait for the bots to come out and place these before I actually do any more, because I have no idea where that's going to go. Don't need that, really. Water can come in somewhere else. Right, so put that there. Let's say it's just enough, but only very only just. I can put another one. That's basically centered. I should have made the ship one square, one slightly bigger. Yeah, it's been about 2 years. You're not wrong. It's a kind of a scary thought, to be honest. 2 years of my life has gone into making this series. Yeah, but don't worry, I will carry on. There will be a follow-up. There'll be another series of something else. Whether it's well, there's going to be the Factorio and space exploration series, of course. And then other similar. There's always going to be more stuff going on the channel. So hopefully you'll never get bored, and there'll always be something interesting to watch on here. What? Oh, I didn't make enough of those. What did it make? Yeah, and I hope you'll hang around. I hope you'll stick around with the YouTube channel and always keep coming back for whatever else goes on the. Well, both the YouTube channel and the Twitch, because I definitely intend to carry on doing stuff. I'm actually quite close to 1,000 YouTube subscribers at the moment, which is quite exciting. So if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do subscribe to it, because you could be the difference between me making it now and me not making it for a bit longer. So yeah, trying to push that quite hard, because I think 2,000, sorry, 1,000 is a big exciting number, and it's where YouTube starts to take you a little bit more seriously. So really keen to get there. But for now, how are we getting on? Right. So how big is this ship now? Integrity check, please. This is. Oh, it's just over 3,500. Just a tiny bit bigger. Well, the Crastorio will also have space exploration in there as well. So it's going. We're not doing just Crastorio. It's going to be sort of combined, the two of them combined. So hopefully it'll still be interesting for you. But yeah, and if it's not to your taste, then well, c'est la vie, what can you do? But I want to say I'd encourage you to give it a try, but of course I would, because it's my channel and I'm trying to make it grow. But you might find, I mean, to some extent, you might find that it's the it's weird. You might find it's the people you like, or it's the style of play, or something like that. So if you've enjoyed me playing space exploration, you may find you also enjoy me playing Crastorio and space exploration. But who's to say? Okay, I don't think there's anything else to do now apart from go and get some fuel and go for a very short test flight to see what happens. See how fast I can go, you know, stuff like that. How much energy the well, we know how much energy the thingy is going to use, but yeah, let's give that a try. So somewhere around here, yes, I knew we were doing this somewhere. We're making these things, antimatter canisters. There we go. Words are hard. So actually, I'm going to need to make a lot more of these, because we're going to be making them for ship fuel, or this sort of fuel thing anyway. So I'll need to make rather than making just whatever I. Oh yeah, I was making them for the Arcosphere collectors. That's why I had them. So if it's less than, I'm gonna want to go out with probably about 50. So let's just make loads of them. Problem with this, hey Rayclaw, welcome. Problem with this is that this system is fed by antimatter that's brought in by train all the way from the other side of the universe. No, all the way from the other side of the space base. So it's kind of crap. Not to put too fine a point on it. It takes a long time to bring all the stuff over that I need, so this may be problematic. And especially, oh yes, I was going to build some more trains. And apparently get myself trapped in a spaceship again, because I apparently don't have any, and I'm not sure why. Well, I know why actually. I know why I've started using so many more trains. It's because I've started doing so much more everything. So let's build all this up. And now another paste of, where is it, this one? There we go. Plump. There we go. That's now immediately a slightly bigger depot. Now I just need to put in the trains, and I think did I put in another 5? I've got 5 locomotives anyway, so that's what we're getting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a cargo wagon for each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have fluid? I've got a fluid train over there, so I seem to be okay on fluid trains. It's the other sort that I'm short of, the solid cargo trains. Auto, Right, so now I have another 5 trains in here. That should make things work a little bit better. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was going to go and see if those modules were done. In fact, let's do that with the map view first, because rather than flying up there and going, oh, they're not done, and flying back down again. We've got 3 of them, and it's still running. Okay, so we won't be doing that. So now we're just basically I'm now waiting. I should have planned further ahead. I'm now waiting for this to start making more. Okay, it's filling up on thermofluid rather slowly. That's why it's slow. What? Yeah, you're green. Oh. Fail. Put it in the right place and it might work. So yeah, this is absolutely fine. It's working. It's just I had the box and the inserter in the wrong place. It's one of the problems. I mean, I really like the space exploration artwork. It looks really good. It goes really well with the rest of Factorio. It's generally great. My only real criticism with it is that quite a lot of the buildings are a little bit too tall, so you sometimes mistake where the edge of it is, where the edge of the building is, and put things in the wrong place. Particularly weird, the one that's most weird, I think, actually, is the is this thing, the energy beam receiver, because it doesn't actually extend all that far past the top of the building, but there's all these heat pipes and stuff behind it just to make it fill up that space, which looks a little bit weird, but it makes sort of logical sense. I shouldn't run out of canisters because they're it. Oh, yes, I will run out of canisters. You're quite right. I thought this machine was making them, and now it's making the arcospheres because it gives the canisters back when it's made the arcosphere collector. Yes, I will run out of canisters. I should go and get some more of those. I know I'm making them somewhere, and I feel a little bit silly sort of carrying them around like this, but I think I'm going to have to. Where am I making canisters? What am I making canisters for? I think it's over here. Yes, here. This one. Oh, that's deep space, I thought so. Right, let's go and get those. Let's go and get some more canisters. Thank you for pointing that out, because I probably would have just run out and then gone, oh, it stopped. Yes. So down here somewhere. Is it this stop or is it the next one? No, it's the next one. It's about here. So, yeah, land here. Inside the building. Well done there. Land here. Let's have a lot of these. Like 100? 150? 151. That seems like a good number. Well, if it brings you to my stream, then I suppose that's a good thing, Joel. But, well, I hope you feel better soon. Alright, let's go and check. So the factory spaceship's 75% done. That's not doing too badly. But as I say, I might need to make that slightly smaller before this will be sufficient, which is a bit of a shame. After all that effort. So in here, right, put all of those in there. Like others, the life support canisters and the antimatter canisters are basically, they use exactly the same bottle, or at least they look like they do. I don't think they actually do. Is there a? Oh yeah, because you make the canister and then you make an antimatter, and then you make a magnetic canister out of the normal canister, don't you? I think that's how it works. Yes, you can make a canister, then you can turn it, or you can make a magnetic canister. If you make a normal canister, you can put sort of air in it and dirt in it. If you make the magnetic ones, then you can put sort of plasmas and antimatter and stuff like that in. Okay, that makes a lot more sense when you look at that. Why you stopped? Interesting. It's running out of thermofluid so much. I obviously don't have very much. I also have very little thermofluid chilling going on here, so you might say that I have no chill. Right, yeah, I do indeed have very little chill, and very little space to expand my chill, so let's just do it the lazy way. Do that. How much does it increase the speed by? Plus 160%, so it does more than double it when I do that, for those particular machines. Right, down here. Can we have a slightly bigger door, please? I should probably put this door at the top of the ship, really, so I can get in there, but there's lasers and stuff in the way up there, so I won't. Right, in here, this box can take the antimatter canisters, like that, and we start unloading them. We'll feed them into the reactors, so now the ship is alive. Well, it's not true, actually. Some of the reactors are alive. 7 in there, jeez. Right, let's take that back. Now, if this is anything like nuclear reactors, we'll find that putting one antimatter canister in each will bring it up to operating. Will bring it about up to operating temperature, but won't actually do anything useful. In fact, it might not even do that. It's brought it up to 1,000, 1,500. I reckon it's going to get it up to about 3,000, but not be enough to actually for these to kick in at all. This is my victory ship, Joel. It's the one that goes really fast for a really long time with a really power hungry Nexus mounted in it somewhere and wins me the game. Hopefully, that's the plan anyway. I can't go there because there isn't room for a Nexus because the Nexus is kind of chonky. So put that there and put that in next to it. For symmetry, I suppose I should also bring this one in as well. But I can't actually tell it's asymmetrical from here, so maybe I don't care. Maybe I do. Don't know where it goes now. There. Right. Okay, so these have all run out of fuel. They've got up to 3,000 degrees, and the temperature is dropping again. So okay, I don't think I'm not going to have enough power to get them to go anywhere yet. I need to make like 20 or 30 antimatter canisters before I can before these will be able to do anything useful. So let's unload. Right, I'm going to need to. I've got the fuel cells on the wrong side of the belt. For the sake of sanity, I should do that and that. Then they'll go on the inside, and then the spent ones can go on the outside. I have nearly enough to put one more antimatter canister in each one, but oh, actually no, the temperature isn't dropping. I think that will just have been the temperature equalizing between them and heating up these heat pipes to 3,300 degrees, and then heating these up as well. But they've got a minimum temperature of 5,000. So actually, if I put in, yeah, let's put in another can in each one. Let them run. Get them up to temperature, and it's not going to waste any power really because of Factorio physics. And we can then sort of boot this whole thing into life. We'll see if these things produce power. Granted, the power won't go anywhere. We'll all go out to power the base because everything is tied together, and we already have crazy amounts of power available out here. But you know, we can fill all the buffers up and things like that, and just see what happens. Make sure everything. Yep, there we go. These are all starting to spin. Okay, I think this ship is now at the point where it could function. These are not very full. These are not filling up as quickly as I would expect them to. Oh, there we go. Now they're full. Okay. How hot are we? 5,600, 5,700. Cool. Min temperature 10,000. Why does it? I don't know what that is. Why does it say that the Naquium heat piping consumes water and has a minimum temperature? Oh, I see. It's so that you can. It's because it's a rather than being a heat pipe. It's a modified nuclear power plant, because heat pipes don't have a minimum temperature or a maximum temperature or something. I don't know exactly, but it's because they're a modified nuclear reactor rather than a modified heat pipe. Okay, so as I say, I don't have enough heat in here to go off and really do enough fuel to go off and do anything particularly impressive with the Nexus yet. But if we look at this, we can then see we want to do the distortion drive. Okay, so that needs a needs to take in an interstellar travel data. That's fine. I can go and get one of those, I suppose. Carry it back over here by hand. I suppose I could fly out and generate one, and then to turn it around and turn it straight into the into the Victory. That might be an entertaining way to do it. Or I could just go and grab one off the shelf. That's probably easier. I do kind of want to take it off for a flight and see how things go with it. But I need to have generated some more antimatter first. How is this going? How many have we got? 26. That's not going to be enough to keep the thing running for 10 minutes, but it might be enough to sort of get out of the solar system and just have a bit of a fly around and see if the ship can. Well, firstly, see if the ship can go fast enough, and see if the see if it can go fast enough and see if it can generate enough power. And yeah, let's do all that sort of stuff. Right. So let's give me my character back. There he is. Let's go and get a whatchamacallit data, interstellar travel data, and see what happens. Yeah, the way lots of modded things work is pretty strange, but they do a very good job of hiding it. I think the weirdest one I've seen is one that turns electricity into fluid. So it's designed to allow you to force you to think about basically to think about current flow in your cables, and it does that by, I'd say, simulating electricity as a fluid rather than as a just as a thing that is just there and always available. It sounds absolutely horrific, but quite cleverly, I think it has systems for transforming voltages. Have I run out of interstellar what's name data, and I'm going to have to send the ship out? I haven't quite run out. There's a little bit down here that I can grab, but I've run out of usable. Let's take all of that. There we go. And let's send this. Let's send the jellyfish out on another science finding mission. Is it hot? Is it hot jellyfish? It is a hot jellyfish. Go to. Right, I really should automate this one. Go to Realm of Shadows. Off you go. Oh, thinking of spaceships. I forgot about this. Is there one there? No, there isn't one there at the moment. Oh dear. I've just remembered that I've been forgetting to reheat my Naquifier ship. So how much heat have you got? Still 9,000 in that one. That might be the best of them though. How are you doing? It's still flying, so that's a good sign. 8,800. That's probably all right. You do, or you sort of do and do not. So it provides additional types of pipes that look like cables for the sake of making it slightly less ridiculous. Or I think treats pylons as underground pipes, or there's some sort of shenaniganery going on in it that allows you to use pylons almost as normal. Maybe it's I think it might be that. I can't remember how it works. I've never played it. I just read about it and thought that sounds really interesting and an absolute nightmare. I'm kind of curious. So, yeah. Short answer is I'm not sure. But it does sound quite interesting. Right, you are supposed to be beaming at this ship and toasting that one up. There we go. Right. Now I can come along here, get back in my ship. Oh no, I need to go and get the fuel first. So, got 40 cans of fuel. That's pretty good. Yeah. So the whole point of the power as a liquid thing is it means you have to worry about the amount that's actually flowing through. So you can't just have, as everyone tends to, a massive generating plant over here, and then a string of tiny pylons going all the way across the world and powering something at the other end that takes 3 gigawatts or whatever. You need to boost the voltage up, and then in order to make so you don't have to transfer quite as much liquid in inverted commas. So presumably there's a 1,000 volt liquid, there's a 10,000 volt liquid, and so on. And so with basically you have more and more of these. You transfer it across at higher and higher voltages to try enable higher power transfer over longer and longer distances, and it's all just generally an enormous headache, which is sort of the point of it, I guess. Okay, let's also take this ship to Realm of Shadows and see what. Oh, actually, no, I can't yet, can I? Because that isn't finished. And I'm not going to be able to even when it has finished, because I'm still not going to have quite enough hull stress available. So somehow I need to save 33.5 hull stresses. I thought I got away from needing to do this when I stopped having, when I got 3,000-ish spaceship boss name available. But what's that done? Has that done anything? 3533.55. Right, okay. So if I put in lots and lots of spaceship wall in this unused area up here, maybe that'll be enough to allow my spaceship to actually take off. Yes, let's add a bit more weight in because there's too much stress on the components. That sounds like a really good idea, doesn't it? This game makes no sense. But that's at 95% now, so we're very nearly there. I think... Oh, holes. Yeah, I suppose I could. Presumably a hole would be hollow out this area in the middle here and then take out all the spaceship floor. That might be the what I have to resort to. Yeah, I'll see how this goes. If this isn't enough to launch, then I'll try that and see how much of a difference that makes. And I don't need to reduce it by an enormous amount. There's only another 29. And it went down by 4 for the 4 pieces of wall I put in, so cautiously optimistic. Let's find out. There we go. 3462. Right, so with this massive brick in the front of it, the ship will fly a little bit more easily. We just need that to finish. Oh, and that was the thing I was making those extra modules for up here, wasn't it? And we've now got probably all of them. So let's... Now this is going to be a bit of a waste of effort, given that the research I'm waiting for is practically done. But I do kind of want to do my normal thing of finishing off all of the non-infinite researches before I finish the game. I might ignore any technically non-infinite researches that lead on to infinite researches, because they are kind of still kind of infinite-ish in a way. But yeah. Oh, not those. Those. How many was that? 7. I think 7's enough. Right, let's go and double the speed I science at. I should have done this ages ago, to be fair. Although, actually, it's only been very, very recently that I've got to the point where science has been going slower than I want it to. Or that science has been... yeah, basically, it's only been very, very recently that the science labs have become the bottleneck. So you have some of that. There we go. And also some of this. No, some of this. There we go. Now I can science twice. I can science twice as hard. I have a theoretical third one here I can start using if I want to, but having the productivity modules in there is the most important thing, because this means I get almost 2.5 times of 2.5 times the amount of research for each pack. Oh yeah, that's true. I do need a name. I do need a punny name for the victory ship. So yes, answers on a postcard. Let me know what you think I should call it, and we'll come up with see what interesting ship. We'll see what interesting name we can come up with. What are you doing? Oh, you're taking a air thing. What? Why is that train stopped there? I mean, obviously there's must be a train. Oh, it's just a bit congested. Okay. I mean, my rail layout is not the most carefully thought out. It was sort of, I started off with something a bit half-assed, and then it just grew and grew over time. So yeah. Right. So we've done with the research. That means I can now launch the ship and take it for a test flight and see what happens. So let's chuck some fuel in. Like that. And now we can see if it'll... Yes, we're now okay. We can now request... Oh, I haven't fueled it. That would help, I have to admit, adding fuel to a spaceship. So where can I put the fuel in? I can put the fuel in down here. Turn you off. There's room here, I think. Let's do this like this. And then over to here. And down here. Are you a 15? You are a 15. So put another one in there. And then down here. And that looks like 5, maybe? 5? Nope. Smaller than that. 3. And a couple of bits there to join that up. Is there a pump on this anywhere? No, I don't think there is. So let's put a pump in down here. Pump. I kind of want to finish this off and go to bed, but I also kind of want to. I want to see this ship fly before I go. Looks like about 5 between those two. No, 7. I bet I've forgotten a corner somewhere, because that's what always happens with me in laying pipes. Yes, I have. It goes there, and we can pump that across into the ship. I don't think we need this many. In fact, I'm going to take out these fuel tanks because I think they're probably excessive. Surplus to requirements. What's that joke about the blondes who are going into a pub celebrating, and they're all they're chanting 14 days, 14 days. No, sorry, no, 14 months, 14 months. And they buy a round of drinks. They sit down around the table. They're really excited about this, and they're all chanting 14 months, 14 months. Eventually, the barman comes over and asks them what they're celebrating, and they say, and so one of them produces this jigsaw that says 2 to 3 years on it, and they say they managed to do it in only 14 months. Is that going to get me more or less tips? Who knows? Yeah, we probably don't want to turn the stream into Laurence puns. Everybody, stop watching. Not that was technically a pun, but you know what I mean. Okay, I'll take a lol. That's pretty good as responses to my jokes go. Oh, I need to turn this shield back on again. There we go. I feel like it's not quite shielded enough. There's sort of a big gap down the side here, which in theory should be fairly safe, and there's a bit of a gap off the side here, which is in theory a bit less safe. So I was going to say I'll make sure I take some spaceship wool with me. There's a bit up here, but I probably can't use that because then the spaceship won't be able to go anywhere. I should probably take a bit with me just in case. Is it being made just up here? It might be. Might be able to reach it. Yes, I can. It's being made here. Nice. So yeah, a bit of spaceship wall should be alright. So, what was I waiting for? Oh yes, I was waiting for the antimatter to be loaded in because I'm going to need a fair amount of that because not only do I need it for takeoff, I'm also going to need it for flying. How much do I need for takeoff? That's on it. And how much is in these tanks actually? I've got about 6% full. So where's my there's the thing. Launch energy 426 gigajoules out of 170. So I do have enough to launch now. My biggest concern is that I might get like halfway out of the solar system and then just run out of fuel. So I mean, I could launch and see how much it uses. Ooh, let's put down a docking clamp actually, because that way at least I'll be able to come back to here and clip back into where this pipe is and get some more antimatter in. Actually, no, I won't want to. I want to go somewhere where there's a bit more antimatter, even if there isn't any water. How much water I've got? A lot of the water has flowed into the machines and been turned into steam. Maybe I should put a bit more in. I don't know. The ships don't really use up much water because these turbines are so good at returning most of what they use. So, oh, let's go for a flight and see what happens. Let's save the game and then go for a flight and see what happens. I don't intend to save scum, but if something absolutely ridiculous happens, then I might resort to it. Resume. Okay. Ooh. So I'm going to go to Realm of Shadows. Just because that's a place I know of. Right, ship is flying, 99% effective. Why are these all turned off? Oh, why are these all turned off? Do they not have? Is there no power available? Is there electricity available? Oh, go. Helps you press the go button. Oh dear. Not sure why the ones in the middle are only getting 99% efficiency, but oh well. Mostly I want to find out how fast this ship can go. And then I suppose, and then I'll put one of those in there and see what happens with that as well. So what is the speed you have to do? Let's look in here because this pauses the game, so I'm not wasting fuel while I'm looking for it. 250 speed and 6 gigawatts. 250 speed for 600 seconds. Okay, so how is my fuel holding up? I've used 10% of it so far. And that was basically from leaving. Okay. How are you guys? You're still pretty hot. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to touch those for now then. 204, 205. We're not accelerating very quickly. I don't think we're going to make 250. I think I'm going to need quite a lot more engines on this ship. That means it's going to need to be quite a lot bigger. And that means I'm going to need another, what do we call it, science? Another, can I do another spaceship? Surely I must be able to do another. Yes, I can. There it is. It's another infinite research. 16,000. Okay, well let's whack that in the queue because I'm definitely going to need it. There's no way there's no way I'm going to be able to get this ship to have another 50% more engines and therefore go faster without making it significantly bigger. Now the question is, do I make it wider and go out this way, or do I put in a second set of wings up here with engines on the back of them that won't have maximum effectiveness because they're going to be blowing at these? It is defending itself pretty well. I'm pleased with that. I haven't taken any physical damage. The shields are taking a little bit, but not very much. The speed is now 208. That seems to be about top speed. Let's stop because actually it's not used very much antimatter up. Let's head back to Norvis orbit. Yeah, so it's the antimatter does go a long way in the engines. engines, I've used 10% of what I came out with. So if these tanks are fully fueled, and I think I'm probably going to have to put more tanks in as well. Actually, I spoke too soon with all the ones I took out, but I think I should be okay with a few more of these tanks in there. And yeah, this system is running okay. It's not getting through the heat particularly quickly, but then we're not going fast enough for this thing to start kicking in and drawing many gigawatts. Because if you put one engine in front of another, then it takes them they're not sufficient. So these ones at the bottom, these ones are actually slightly too crowded in apparently, and I'm not sure why, because there's nothing directly behind them. But they are they're using less than they're running at 99% efficiency, whereas the ones out here and out here are running at 100%. So I want to kind of yeah, if I put them up here, they probably run at about, I don't know. Oh. Well, it was only a matter of time until that happened, I suppose. But yeah, one of my engines has been blown up, so I'm gonna. This is why I brought some spare spaceship wall out with me. Right, let's limp back to limp back with a bit of damage, unfortunately. Oh, that's interesting. The spaceship floor outside that's outside the spaceship is gradually sort of bleeding away as we go. Interesting. Yeah, so I definitely need a bit more defence on the back of this ship, and I need a bit more, and I need a lot more engines. So I think next time I shall extend this out quite a bit further, add some more engines on, make it even wider, and then even faster as well, and do more science until I can do that sort of thing without the game just saying, nope, you can't have a ship that big. What are you talking about? So I think that's going to be it for this stream. Thank you for watching. It's been good. I've had a good time. I hope you have too. Where did this ship come from? Oh, I'll just probably have to move the pipes around anyway to refuel it. I think it came from there. That looks reasonable. Yes, I should have deleted all of that stuff before I. Anyway, yes. Thank you for watching. I think it's been a good stream. I've made some progress. I've made an unsuccessful victory ship, shall we say? So, but I've got a lot of research done. I've fixed a lot of problems with the research as well. This is now running through nice and quickly, especially when it's doing the smaller researches like stronger explosives 8, which is a mere 800 packs. So it goes through pretty quickly. So yeah, this is now all flowing nicely. I've got loads of science happening, loads of science being produced, everything except for this one. Have I used up all my Deep Space 4 science again? What's the problem with that? Am I not? Oh, I'm not getting the processes through fast enough. Okay. No, actually, no, I am. Why is there problems? Why are you problem? Why are you a problem? No Deep Space Science 3 packs coming through. What? So let's go onto there, then go up here, then why you stopped? Because no significant data. Okay. I mean that's being generated at quite a. Nope. Now we've jammed up with. Oh no, we've jammed up with these data cards again. Damn it! I thought I'd fix that. Okay, so we'll have to fix that problem again next week. Yes, the SS maybe next week. Good name. Maybe next time. I'll get you next time. I forget what cartoon that was from, but it was from something. Yeah, so come back next Wednesday where hopefully I'll finish that ship and hopefully I'll do more science. I think there's been some good progress, but there's still some limitations and some misuse in here. Maybe I've run out of trains. Who knows? I'll have to have a look into it next time. There's lots to do in that sort of area just to get that finished off really, and hopefully I can then move on to something else. I'm going to try and do another Last Starship stream next Monday, so come along to that. Catch up videos all the time, all over the place, here, there, and everywhere. There's loads on the channel. Make sure you're subscribed. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.